There it is. All right, my friends. Hello, hello, hello. First and foremost, welcome to Saturday edition of Dungeons and Dragons. This may be our last for this campaign. I hope it doesn't go that way. I am not typically a pessimist, but things are not looking great. Poor fucking Gartok down here is not having a good day, but compared to the people who have been repeatedly lightning bolted and fireballed, he's having a great day. So, here's to him. Cheers to him. Yeah, so anyways, guys, welcome to session number 36 of the Wildlands campaign, our Saturday D&D game. Or our campaign 2, I should say, as it has happened on Friday before. We're going to be playing this week, and awesome enough, we're going to be playing next week. So we're going to have 3 weeks in a row of these 4-hour sessions, and then we're going to be done until August. And yeah, I'm super fucking pumped. This has started to work. This has worked out really well for us, and I'm hoping that we can continue this because just this pacing is perfect for my D&D fix. And for continuing our storyline. So, we're gonna dive into it. You know how things go when we're streaming D&D. I won't pay a whole lot of attention to chat, but feel free to chat up the folks here. We've got the whole crew here today, and yeah, it's gonna be wild. We're picking up right in the middle of combat, so we're gonna and at the top of combat. On top of that, on top of the combat? Okay, I'm gonna stop. I got a lot of coffee in me. I got very little sleep last night, and I ran like 27 miles this week, so my body is begging me to just shut up. So, I guess I'll just shut up. All right, let's go. All right, guys. So this is the first time that I am running with. I have upgraded to 3 monitors as of last week because this combat in itself taught me that having a lot of units on the battlefield is really, really fucking hard to deal with when I have to tab in and out to do single attacks and check what was happening. So I've added a 3rd monitor on a pretty jerry-rigged fucking table over here, but we're rectifying that today as I have a new desk coming. So it'll be a little bit more seamless next week. Anyways, this should hopefully help me speed our combat up. At least on my end. So, June 2023, session 35, which was our part 2 for June. Here is our recap. So the group, you guys, moved north into the jungle before stumbling upon an abandoned food and water supply, or food and water supply cache. You determined very quickly that it was definitely hobgoblins that were at least in control of it at some point in time, and they had recently been there. A lot of it looked fresh. There was some broken wagons and sleds and things like that, but the hobgoblins were nowhere to be found. So you guys investigated. You decided to toss the camp, so you kind of trashed it, and then you took a bunch of supplies for yourself. And uh-oh, who'd we lose? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, Lucy's gonna be in and out. He's got that African internet going on. So you guys trashed the camp. You took a bunch of supplies for yourself, and then you hung out for a while in an attempt to see if they would come back for the supplies, so you could ambush them and take a few of them out. Unfortunately, they did not come back. At least they didn't come back before the bug started getting to a point where you were going to have to start making some rolls to deal with them. So you decided, alright, fuck it, we're out of here. You guys decided to start moving north. So, so you moved north, following the trail that was clearly cut through the jungle towards the northern part of the jungle, hopefully and assumingly going towards their camp. A few hours went by before you guys discovered what was a massive walled structure, a 4-walled structure with lots of huts and fires, and more than that, shitloads of hobgoblins. You found a very large contingent of hobgoblins, and after some investigatory work, you guys decided that you were going to just Hail Mary, you know, yeetin' and skeetin', baby, just fucking start going. Maybe not so much the skeeting, but definitely the yeeting. And that is when Gartok decided to yeet an arrow through the southernmost guard. And when I say through, I don't mean at. I mean literally through him and into the tent behind him, which killed him outright and initiated your guys' combat. So you guys began to charge. And you downed the first, I mean, like, legitimately the first full wave of hobgoblins that came out of this place. You guys downed with no problem. And that included... Sorry, bear with me 1 second. Candace, can you drop a shout out for me? Thank you. So you downed the first wave of hobgoblins, which included one of the giant scorpions. And then after that, it pretty much turned into a mess. You got overwhelmed very quickly, and I think more than that, you guys were probably not necessarily expecting spellcasters and very martially adept fighters, and between lightning bolts and fireballs, it just turned into a hot mess. So I have here in my notes that Winnie died and then was stone sold on a Revivify. So I know that happened last game, and we have talked about it offline, but just for clarification's sake, as anybody who was watching last time can see that Winnie has 18 hit points, Casey was correct about the way that those death saving throws should have worked. I had it in my head that when she took damage, she failed too. That's not how it works. If she is hit on a critical, she takes 2 failed death saves. So I did some adjudication and some retroactive panning of this situation. I accounted for the Revivify instead being a level 3 Cure Wounds from Ulrich to Winnie before he went down, and Winnie has come back up at 18 hit points. So that's where we're at. That whole situation was completely adjudicated, and again, thank you, Casey, for being diligent about that, and I even more appreciate the fact that you just ran with the call at the time and then allowed me to kind of work behind the scenes. So, with that being said, Winnie has not stone sold on Revivify yet, and she's still got a 20% chance to anytime she comes back. But and my last note is Gartok got snatched up by a giant scorpion and is now surrounded by hobgoblins, followed by the very final note, and that is things are, all caps, not looking good, ... With that being said, the group earned 500 experience in roleplay. Obviously, you guys have not completed the combat yet. When the combat is complete, you'll get the XP for that. But you earned 500 experience for roleplay, bringing the total XP of the group to Ulrich, 98,561. And by the way, just for clarification here, because I've had some questions off stream about this, the reason why Ulrich has what appears to be about 10,000 more experience than everybody else is because way back in the day, they encountered a salesman who had a deck of many things and offered everybody in the group the opportunity to pay some coin to draw a card. And he did. And he got the experience card. The beneficial experience card, not the one that takes it away, the one that grants you 10,000 experience. So that's why he's always a little bit ahead of the game. And honestly, for the healer to have that is, like, the best possible outcome. Definitely better that than getting the death card and having to fight, the worst version of yourself to the death. Okay, so Sybil, you are at 82,509. And the remaining 3 party members are at 93,234. And Lucy, I'll put that in chat for you just in case. 93,234. All right. And that's that. There's really not a whole lot more to say as far as that is concerned. The only note I have is just to make sure that we're being diligent about the removal and addition of items as they're happening. That's just blanketed across the board, just as a friendly reminder. And, yeah, I don't think I have anything else. Does anybody have any questions, comments, or clarifications? Note, I did not ask for your concerns. I know your concerns because I have the same ones.
Where we are right now, that was burned away and is not difficult terrain currently, correct? That red square?
That's a good question. So yeah, for clarification, that's where the fireball hit, and that completely incinerated that part of the jungle. So that is completely open for the most part. I mean, the explosion itself sent, chunks flying, but it is all low. You have complete visibility around you. It is essentially open field. Now, it's still smoldering and smoky and gross and hot, but it's not burning, thankfully, because this is a jungle and it's hard to burn a jungle. But yes, it is open. So, that is that. Anybody else?
Yeah, is that along with the road? So is it open along?
Yeah, so Lucy, exactly.
Road, or is there still like...
Yeah, sorry, you turned robot for me, for me for just 1 second there, but just to, because I hear your question, no big deal. So yeah, where that butts up against is right along the road. So where that square ends, the road picks up, and then you are 15 feet behind that, and that fireball goes, it's 5, 10, 15, 20... So it goes 10 back, so yeah, you've got a clear shot all the way across, pretty much diagonal from where you are standing. Except on the other side. On the other side of, like, where that scorpion is still all thick jungle.
I do have one quick question as well.
Okay, shoot.
How high are these walls?
So the walls are 15 feet.
Okay. Yeah, you know why I asked.
Oh, I always,
yeah,
I know exactly why you're asking. Okay. Yeah, you're one that I rarely as soon as you say how high are, I'm like, all right, nope, I already know what you're doing. Settle down. Okay, guys, let me go ahead and get some music set here.
I hope the music is inspiring.
Death metal.
That would be kind of tight, actually.
That'd be pretty badass.
Starts playing like doom music.
Yeah, it's just hardcore metal. Alright, my friend. So, with that being said... I just kind of got a small adrenaline rush here. I'm not sure if it's the coffee or my nerves.
Maybe both.
Little column A, little column B.
¿Por qué no los dos?
Okay, so... As we begin the combat, just so you guys are aware, we have been in combat only for 3 rounds, okay? We are at the top of round 4 at this point, okay? So... Gartok, it is your turn. As we come to the top of the round, you find yourself one of the pincers of this scorpion has you firmly held in place. Its stinger hovers very wildly above you, looking for a spot to strike. To your left, you have 2 hobgoblins that have run up on this situation, completely turning their back to the rest of the group, but they have you pretty much eyeballed and locked on. You still have your bow, you still have your melee weapons. What would you like to do? Oh, and I believe you still have Hunter's Mark on. You have it active anyways.
I have it active and I don't have it on anything.
That is correct.
Okay, so to get out of the scorpion's grasp, would that be an action?
So, in order to...
Did I go robot?
Yep. No. Nope, sorry. I had to jump over to my screen and look something up. So, yeah. So, in order to escape the grapple, you would have to spend your round to make an escape check.
In that case, we'll go for plan B, and I will try and Hunter's Mark the scorpion, and then try and attack it 2 more times.
Okay, so as the scorpion kind of gleams up at you and begins to squeeze ever harder, you focus in on it, and you drop your Hunter's Mark on it. Hunter's Mark is active.
Twist his dick.
Get him in the stinger. So you swing down at it. Sorry, what was that?
I'll try, but it's kind of difficult when I'm in the air.
Yeah, that's true. So you swing down at it. Unfortunately, you do not manage to break through its hardened carapace. And again, you swing, and your short swords made of bone and crude, sharpened stone just bounce harmlessly off of this thing's exterior. Anything else, Gartok?
No, that's all I can do.
Okay. Now, you have multi-attack, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was where you were getting the extra attack from, and not the bonus action. Okay.
I agree.
Bloodmane.
Off to a good start.
Bloodmane.
Right. So I'm gonna grab this down bitch and run off into the trees with him.
Okay. So you grab Ulrich. Ulrich in his frail... Well, he's not really frail, but he's little. Yeah. And he's lost a lot of blood, so he's even frailer. He's breathing, but you are strong as fuck, so you pick him up no problem. And it's only once you get past that that barrier, that red barrier, that you're moving at half speed, so you've got plenty of movement to bring him wherever you'd like.
I think that's my 35-foot mark there.
Let's see, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30... You've got 50, though, don't you? If you wanted to move further? Oh, unless you're going back.
I've got 40, and I think
40.
it doubles once I get in here, right? So
Yeah, yep, you're right. You're absolutely right. Okay, so yeah, you drag him, though. You pull him into the brush, and you drop him. I assume.
Yeah, I suppose so. Can I
Alright.
throw him on the other side of me?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you put him... So you want him, like, over here?
Yeah,
Okay.
ideally, yes.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. Okay. That brings us to Ulrich. Ulrich, you are already stabilized. You are at 0. You are unconscious at this point. And give me just 1 second. It's been a lot of status effects in this combat. Okay, yeah, that was it. Alright, giant scorpions. So, there's only one, and unfortunately that one is holding Gartok. So, Gartok. The first claw squeezes, it's the one that's holding you. You flex your lizard-like abs, and as you do so, you refuse this thing, and it does not manage to cause any additional damage. With that, it swipes at you with the second claw, and with a dirty 20, snips a little bit of the leg flesh off of your left thigh, dealing 3 points of damage. And with that, the stinger rides up above you and lashes down in a horrifically aggressive manner. And as it does so, the claw, the left claw that has just taken some of the meat off your leg, it immediately brings it to its mouth and begins to consume it. And that's when you realize you and this thing aren't so unalike, Gartok. So the stinger does hit. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I might be wrong. Nope, it did hit. Barely hits.
Okay, so... Oh, I have Hunter's Mark on it, not Slayer's Prey, right?
Correct.
Okay, then never mind.
All right, 12. That is exactly what you needed to save. So go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw. That save, by the way, was versus the poison. First Constitution saving throw is for your concentration check against the first attack. Easy, no problem whatsoever. So you are hit by the stinger. You take 8 points of piercing damage and 9 points of poison. So that's 17 points of damage total. And then I also need you to make an additional concentration check, which is going to be a Constitution saving throw. And your DC is 10, which again, you have no problem. You are like, oh no, bitch, you are my mark, and I will end you, unless you end me first. All right, so just make sure that you, I know you're updating in your sheet, make sure that you update your character model 2 for me, please. And that is all the Scorpion does. Sybil.
Okay, very important question. Can I see any of the ones that are up top?
No, you can see nothing in the jungle. You must breach the barrier of the jungle in order to see anything. It is considered total cover.
Okay, in that case, I am going to stealthily, I know it's going to further reduce my speed, but I don't care. I'm going to stealthily move towards this wall.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just, I'm scrolling up really quick. Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me.
I did hide last time, so.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Looks like a 21 for my most recent stealth. I just don't know if we had the pass without trace or anything else on us.
No, there's absolutely none of that up. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're good. All right, so go ahead and, yep, take your movement. For that first step, you're looking at 10 feet being consumed.
Yep.
Oh, do you need me to move you?
Nope, we
No?
are good
Oh,
at the
whoa!
moment.
Oh my gosh, no way!
Yay!
I know. Now don't question it too much or it'll break.
I know, I'm just gonna shut up. I think that was it. I'll take my win where I
So
can.
that was 30 there. And I'm going to take my action to dash. So I'm going to go another 10 up, and I'm going to hug this wall just a little bit. Is
Okay.
there space in... I'm assuming there's space in front of that wall right there.
Yeah, you can put yourself on the wall and be on the outside of it. Or on top of
Okay.
it, depending on how you do things.
Sweet. So I'm going to do that then. I'm hugging the wall, like pressing myself up against it.
Okay.
And I'm going to use my bonus action then to hide.
Okay, understood. Go ahead and make a stealth check for me
Okay.
with advantage, because I'm assuming you have your hood up.
We may have spoken too soon. Now D&D Beyond hates me.
It's alright.
Great. I hate us too.
Well, that's a don't see me, don't see me, don't see me number if I've ever seen one.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know. Well, you know what? There's always a chance. Actually, you know
Yes,
what? Hang
but
on.
they also have disadvantage, which
No,
I'm grateful
no, that's
for.
what I'm questioning. I actually don't think there is a possibility. Give me a second here. I gotta check some things. Nope. All right. Well, that's that. All right, Sybil. Anything else?
Nope, that's a move, an action, and a bonus action to move not very far.
All right, Winnie.
Incoming plan. Okay. Winnie is going to use half her movement to stand up. I'm
Okay.
assuming I'm still down. And
Yes,
then-
we will consider you having been down.
And then she's going to cast. Hold on, I gotta make sure I put this in the right spot. Okay, she's gonna put the unicorn totem right here,
Okay, give me one moment. What's the radii on that?
30 feet. Should be encompassing everybody in that spot.
Give me 1 sec. You said 30?
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec, Candace.
Uh-huh.
This is Unicorn Totem.
Correct.
Alright, you've got control of it. Go ahead and drop it where you want.
Let me drag it down.
What?
It'll let me drag it side to side, but it's not letting me bring it lower than where it's at. Right?
It's because it wants to drag it below the field of vision. Where do you want? So do you want it like there? Or
Well, as long as it includes everybody.
did you want it like there? So if you bring it there, it's going to go backwards about 15 feet, which will encompass Gartok.
Perfect. That's what I
Okay.
wanted.
All right.
Yep.
So give me 1 second. I'm going to change its opacity just a little bit because I know that we're having a little bit. Oh wait, and can you move it or no? Does it always stay there?
I can move it. Yeah.
But
On my
it's
both-
required. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop it as a map layer, so that way it's underneath you guys, and you guys are on top of it.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
So that was my bonus action. For my action,
So you snap your fingers, and the unicorn spins into existence, and you feel.
and then I'm gonna use 5th level spell slot to cast Mass Cure Wounds, and everybody will.
You
get
had
an
Mass Cure Wounds memorized?
Yeah.
Holy fuck!
Yes, I did. So I'm gonna cast that now, and then you also get the bonus because of the Unicorn Spirit. Everybody does. So 1 second.
Okay, so hold on. You can't. Who are you targeting with Mass Cure Wounds?
So I'm targeting where this is because it's a 30-foot radius as well.
But
So
you
everybody will
have.
get
But
it.
what does the
Oh.
spell say? You have to be able to see people because Bloodmane and Ulrich are in non-viewable range.
It just says choose up to 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius sphere centered on that point.
So I'm gonna make the DM call. If something is behind total cover, how the hell do you know they're even there? There's no way you could
I
possibly
watched them
tell.
run there. That doesn't count that I watched where they went.
No. Got to be able to see your targets. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they'll still, if you cast any healing, they still are affected by it, right?
They'll
By
only
the
get
unicorn spirit.
But yeah, they'll only get the unicorn spirits.
Okay.
Then I'm not going to do that because that would be a waste for what I was planning. I'll do Cure Wounds on myself at 4th level, and then everybody will get the unicorn spirit healing as well.
Okay, sorry. Say that one more time. I missed that last.
I'm going to do. Sorry, I was marking myself off. 4th level Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay, so you take.
And then-
So you're healed 10.
Yep, and then everybody gets 11 points of healing. So I get 21 total.
Holy shit! And then everybody at Lottie Dottie,
gets
everybody
11.
gets 11, which is still
Yes.
great. And I hope you understand my justification for that. Yes, you may have watched them run, but how do you know whether or not they're in or out? It says you have to choose targets, right?
It just says within the range. Yeah, it says name the targets within the range.
So, but again, how do you know if they're within range or not? You wouldn't know until you cast the spell and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
They're behind total cover. It's just, it doesn't make any sense that you'd be able to target them.
that's fine. I mean, if they're behind total cover, then that means we can't get shot at, so I'll take the win.
Well, that's true. That's what I mean. It's been that way since all the way through last game. If you are 5 feet inside there, you are behind total cover.
Right. And so that's.
And I apologize if I didn't make that clear, but I thought I did.
And that is all that. That's all of my action.
Well, yeah, you can't hide from a fireball. Okay. So the healing burst goes off as Winnie heals herself, and everybody feels the unicorn spirit. Even Bloodmane and Ulrich, as you are in the woods, you see these little sparkles of light as these little miniature motes of unicorn energy spiral around you, cinching up some of your wounds, and you realize that she's back in it. Alright, Ulrich, I have removed your X. You may remain for now. Alright. So, Excuse me. Alright, so the guy who is on the platform over here, he begins to mutter an incantation. And as he does, he steps off of the platform, and you see these small vortexes of this wind spiraling around his hand and his feet as he begins to fly off of the platform and above the battlefield. Alright, so he is now actively flying. Shit, oh, Jesus. Wow. That was the most desk... that was the most, like, office desk position thing I've ever done. Huh? I couldn't find my fucking pen. I'm sitting here looking for my pen, and then I reach up and I'm like, oh, Jesus, it's right there. Alright, so he does that. The other guy who is in the back, he is going to fly up. And as he is looking down, he is going to... He is going to use his, he's going to use his devastating bolt, attacks. As he flies up and over the battlefield, his eyes crackle with purple and blue arcane energy, and you see these large masses of energy swell up around his hands. He looks down at you, Winnie, and he slings both bolts down at you. Oh, so the first one is a nat 1. It flies over your head, and Bloodmane, from above you, you see this, a very familiar thing that had punished you very poorly last time, strikes one of the jungle trees above you, and the entire tree, like it was hit by lightning, bursts, and the top of it begins to rain down upon you and Ulrich. The second one, Winnie, is only a 9. And it, too, lands just short of you and blows a very large hole, like literally a bowling ball-sized hole in the ground in front of you, sending soil, ashen soil, up and into your face. And unfortunately for these fucking guys, that's the end of their turn. So... Alright, so the Iron Shadow cannot do anything. Now the Hobgoblins. The actual Hobgoblins. Okay. Alright, so I know I just cycled to the end of them, but it's just because I'm doing them all in their own block formation, so I apologize about that. Okay, so the two that just moved had to use their actions in order to get through you because they were running through the jungle. Winnie, this guy charges towards you. Winnie, you are also being shot at by the 3 longbowmen that are up on the towers right now. Which, I mean, you're the only legitimately visible thing right now.
I could only move so far.
I attempted to roll on the perception checks, and I came nowhere like, within 10 points, nowhere near anybody being able to see Sybil, so...
That's right, she's got injectors.
She doing the good rogue thing. Alright, so, with that being said, the first longbow hits. When as you bounce back and recover from the force bolt hitting the ground in front of you and blowing the ashen soil up and into your face, an arrow streaks overhead and into the jungle. You glance up now, realizing, oh shit, here comes more. No, I'm sorry, I said it hits. Didn't I say it hits? I think I said it hits. 19 hits you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 19 does hit you. Sorry. Give me a second. Oof. Oh, nope. Okay, so the third one, we'll just call the third one the first one. The third one flies overhead and into the jungle. The other two were, it was a 19 and a 21.
Oh, the 21 misses, but the 19.
Yeah, so luckily for you, it's not a whole lot of damage. It's only 7 points between the two shots. As they graze you, and you bounce back like it was nothing. Now, the guy in front of you, he is going to swing at you with his longsword. And he does hit you with the longsword. And he's going to impose his martial... no, he cannot impose his martial advantage because there's no allies nearby. Never mind. So you take 3 points of slashing damage. As you get your shield up, it deflects just like the top of the blow, and he cuts you across the eyebrow. Lucy, the 3 hobgoblins that are currently surrounding you are going to do their best to stab the shit out of you with their long swords. Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude, they all missed. One of them was by 1. So, a longsword, you see a longsword, and they're trying not to hurt the scorpion at this point. So one longsword comes up and kind of like nicks your scales, but it just brushes off. The second one, you lift your legs up just enough for the sweep to go underneath. And the third one comes down, cracks you across the head, but he hits you with the flat of his blade, and it absolutely has no impact on you whatsoever. Alright, so... So 2 hobgoblins from the north, from the northern garrison begin to run down towards you guys, realizing the tides have maybe turned a little bit against them, possibly, I don't know. But that's all they can do. And my friends, we are at the back at the top of the round. Gartok.
Okay. So Gartok, realizing he's not in a good situation, could, as suggested by some mysterious voice, really use a friend. Is gonna try and make one, but definitely not out of hobgoblins. So he's gonna drop one of his short swords.
Okay.
Just kind of stretch. No, put his hand on gently put his hand on the claw of the scorpion. Look it in the eyes, and just kind of go. It's okay. Help.
And you're just talking to it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna try and talk to it, just try and convince it. Yeah. I don't have any spells for animals.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, do you have speak with animals or something? I'll tell you what. Make an animal handling check at disadvantage. Now that this thing has tasted you, it wants more. And you don't speak scorpion. That's actually not fucking bad. So under your gentle touch, this thing actually shudders momentarily. It still squeezes tight, but you do see it recognizes the touch as potentially non-hostile. But that's about all there is to it.
Great, so I've gone from prey to food.
You still have a bonus action if you'd like.
I will actually act. What's it called? Action surge? No, it's
Second wind?
Sorry. That's the one.
Second wind. Healy, alright.
I need HP now, please.
Yeah, so as you realize this thing is still trying to consume you, you focus on your inner innards, and as you will yourself to stop bleeding, your muscles swell and the blood clots, and you heal yourself for 7 hit points. All right, is that all for you, Gartok?
Well, I can't move, so yes.
That is true. You cannot move. Bloodmane.
All right. Does Ulrich look responsive? He look conscious?
Yeah, so as soon as that healing, as soon as the motes went off, you saw them also spiral around him, and as he blinked, as you look down, he began to blink, and he is fully conscious, and not just that, but you see the motes pouring into his wounds and sealing them closed. And occasionally you still see, like, the shimmer of his mage armor, meaning he never died.
I believe my rage is gone because I didn't attack
That is
or
correct.
anything last round. But I think I'm going to... I think I'm going to use that healing on myself while I can. I'm pretty fucked up.
The healing...
Yeah, I've got a healing potion on me.
Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yep, okay,
Yeah.
so, go ahead and drink your potion. And then are you going to take any movements or anything like that afterwards? Well, I'll let you roll and then decide that. Oh, holy shit. That's actually not bad. So you quaff the potion down to its last drop. As your rage subsides, you get your tongue in the bottle and you're like, no, give me every last drop, and you begin to seal up as best as you can.
Right. I suppose I will, shoot. I can't really see what's going on outside of this either. I remember
No, but
I
you
told
can hear.
Sybil to run.
So roll a, just give me a perception check. This will be passive. Because it's loud out there. Okay, yeah, 13's not bad. So especially since you came to your senses once the rage subsided, you took note, like, okay, he's alive, you just consumed the potion, and then taking note of the blast above you from one of those force things, you hear a similar behind you, and you probably hear Winnie audibly cuss, I would assume in Giant, and you realize she's right behind you. You can't see her, but she's somewhere right behind you. And you don't know where the fuck Sybil went, she vanished.
Okay. I suppose I will run out and use my bonus action to throw Rage back on.
Beautiful. So you charge back out into the open, and as you breach the jungle, Winnie is literally, I mean, right in front of you. You see she's got a couple of cuts on her face as arrows are flying past her, and this hobgoblin is swinging down at her, and your eyes go black.
And I believe that's it for me. That was a lot of action economy.
That was a lot. That was very well played around, especially for a barbarian. Sometimes it's not easy. Okay. The man of the hour, Ulrich.
Alright, so if I can get myself to right here, can I, like, peek my head out to see and stay, like, kind of, like, in the, like, hopping in and out, or do I have to fully go out of the way to see?
Each time you do it, it will cost you 5 feet of movement. Because
Okay,
you
I
are
got it.
physically pushing out of the jungle in order to do it
Makes
and then
sense.
going back in.
I got 5 feet left, so that's and I'll just stay in the wherever you want me to be. What I'm going to do is I'm going to blow 4 sorcery points to twin spell the spell magic and target both the flyers.
Mother of fucking God. Give me... Okay, hold on. Ah, fucking sorcerers, dude. Holy shit. Okay.
And that's a spell at 4th level.
I'm sorry, what was that?
So the spell is being cast at 4th level.
At 4th level? Okay. Alright. That is totally fucking valid. I was just checking one specific thing, and that was whether or not you could upcast and use meta magic, and there is nothing in the fucking rules about that. And being a 4th level spell, I can't do shit about shit. So, Ulrich leaps from behind Winnie. It's almost abrasive how aggressively he runs out, glances around, and as he's out, he just goes into spellcasting mode. His eyes flash with this divine blue energy. His hands go outward, noticing the 2 flyers and the 2 very obvious spellcasters. As he mutters the incantation, he snaps his fingers and his whole body begins to shudder, almost as if he is about to have a seizure. A little bit of drool drips from his mouth, and as a burst, literally an audible and almost like an airburst artillery shell going off above these 2 hobgoblins, beams of magic penetrate their fly spell, and you see all of the wind twist and fail out of their hands, and they begin a fucking free fall. Give me a moment, I gotta roll some things. That was very, very, very well played.
And then last thing I'm just going to do is I'm going to use my Sorcerer's Recovery and blow a 4th level spell to get back 4 sorcery points as a bonus action.
Okay, hold on, give me just 1 second. What was that? You're doing what now?
Sacrificing a 4th level spell slot for 4 more sorcery points.
Okay, so as soon as the spell comes to a conclusion, you see Ulrich. He kind of takes a deep breath, and as he takes a deep breath, he goes into this silent prayer, and you see his hands, like his fingertips, begin to glow as this stream of divine energy pours back into his body. Then stepping just gingerly back into the jungle. Actually, wait, you said, how much did you have when you stepped out? You said you had 5 left?
I only have 5 feet of movement left, so if you want me outside, that's fine.
Yeah, just for now, put yourself outside. I need to actually see if these guys are fucking dead, so just bear with me for 1 second here, because that was a long fall. And unfortunately, the first guy did not succeed at his dex save. Alright, so both of these guys fall. hit the ground and are now currently prone. The guy on the left very obviously took a shitload of damage, as there was an audible crack, and you see his right arm, like just below the shoulder, kind of snaps inward and is now doing this like kind of semi-angle. The other guy, he fell a little bit less, and he was cushioned by the jungle foliage, but he still definitely took some damage. All right. Wow, that was awesome. Fucking spellcasters, man. Sorcerers in particular, you can do some nasty shit. Alright, Scorpion. So, unfortunately, Gartok, Scorpion is hungry, and he is going to continue to attempt to kill you and consume you. So the claw that's holding you, it is squeezing you as hard as it can, but you are flexing your abs and like forcing this thing outward as much as it's trying to crush inward, and it does not affect you with that claw. The other claw does successfully snip a chunk off of you again, dealing you 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Again, it very greedily takes the flesh that it has kind of busted off of you and puts it straight into its mouth and consumes it. The stinger comes down and it aims straight for your chest. However, at that time, one of the longswords pokes up and through where your body and its claw meet and kind of deflect the stinger away from your chest with an unsuccessful hit. And that's a good thing, because that would have been 29 points of poison damage on top of the piercing. So, that's that. Sybil.
Sybil's going to go up this wall.
Okay.
Which is that acrobatics for it or athletics?
Yeah, you're just trying to climb it, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, it's gonna be athletics.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you grab onto the wall, and you can use regular amounts of movement in order to climb it. You find the footholds. Again, this is essentially like what would be the equivalent of a cobblestone path, but very loosely slabbed together going up. Very easy to find finger and footholds, and you're like half air, so...
So she's going to scale this wall, so that's 15 feet up. She's going to be on top of the wall.
Okay.
And then she's going to use a wand on them.
Okay. And I'm assuming that was the Wand of Fear.
Yep. It's
Okay,
the
give
only
me
one I
1
got.
second. What's the distance on that? Was it 90?
Cone,
60?
I believe. Yes, I'm 75% sure. I'm looking for it. Yes, 60-foot cone of amber light, DC 15 wisdom save. Should it have... I didn't do the regaining charges last night. Oops. I'll remember that tonight.
My assumption would be that's what you're doing?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So it's gonna hit 3 of these guys. God, that is fucking terrifying. So you pull the wand out, you point it downward, and how many charges does it use? Just 1?
It uses 2 for that, so I'm
Okay.
up to 4 charges because I didn't regain any last time because I didn't
Okay.
remember.
Now this is not the last charge, is it?
No.
Okay,
It's
just want to
4
make sure,
of them
because
at the
yeah,
moment.
bad things could happen if you use the last charge on an item like that. So you point the wand outwards, you give it a little flick and a tap, and as it does so, the rabbit skull, the mouth opens, and you hear this audible, and this burst of amber light washes across the hobgoblins. As that happens, let me make some saves, and it's I'm assuming it was a wisdom saving throw. Is that right?
Yes, DC 15. I picture her scaling this wall with like the wand in her teeth for this.
Okay, so yeah, you get to the top, you've got the wand, you kind of spit it into your hand, you throw your hood back, and you're like, yeah, bitch. So one of them succeeds, the other two are not having a good day.
Okay. Now this is the extra fun part. I'm going to use the rest of my movement to climb back down the wall and then my bonus action to hide.
All right.
Because, yeah, that's I can move up this wall better than I can move on the ground right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you blast him with the wand, and then you disappear behind the wall.
That's all I'm doing, and I am
22.
happy with it.
Okay, so that brings us to Winnie.
Okay. Winnie is going to kind of look around, and then cast Summon. Hold on, I want to get it right. Summon Woodland Beings. Oh, sorry, conjure Woodland Being. And I want to conjure 4 of them, so it's going to be 4 1/2.
All right, so you are summoning 4 1/2 challenge rating woodland beings that are fey. These are fey.
Correct.
You summon fey creatures in an unoccupied space. 1/2, you say, yes?
Yes, so 4 of them.
Okay, give me one moment. Alright, Candace, go ahead and roll me a d10. Just give me a d10. This is going to determine what you summon.
3.
And can you tell me where you're summoning them, please?
Yes, so I'm going to have 1 right here.
Give me one moment.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a minute to populate. Go ahead, mark it for me.
1 right here.
You cannot see that. That's in dense jungle.
Oh, it is. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll do 1 right here. One there. There.
Now this is concentration, correct?
Yes.
So,
I'm just gonna...
go ahead. No,
Go
please.
ahead. I was gonna ask what are they so I could pull up the card.
So they are darklings. So as you summon these things, as you twist the spell, you guys see these 4 miniature gates spring into existence in the sky, only about 3 or 4 feet off the ground. These beams of energy, these dark, shadowy beams of energy, project downwards, and as soon as the spell completes, these little creatures that, actually, I can show you exactly what they look like. There you go, man. I love that I can just, on a fucking whim, summon these things. So they're very clearly fey creatures. They've got, like, hooves and kind of, like, weird angular faces and bodies that just don't make a whole lot of sense as far as the prime material plane is concerned. They're completely gray-skinned, almost look like a mixture between, like, goblins and imps. But they are wielding swords, and they are screaming as soon as they hit the battlefield, furious for blood. Alright, Winnie, so, does it say they can act on your turn, or have we determined in the past that that is not?
I don't think I've conjured woodland being. Let me just see. It says roll initiative for the summoned creatures as a group, which have their own turns.
Okay, so go ahead and roll a... Actually, you know what? Give me 1 sec.
Okay. I'm trying to find a good Darkling card.
So it's going to be really hard for me to do that as far as you rolling it, so I'm going to just kind of take it over, if you're alright with that, because I can literally just click it. Roll20 is very, very difficult for me to, like, hand you something and say you click and go. Although, you know what? Hang on. You know what? It's going to take too much time for me to do that right now. So here's the initiative. Their initiative is 20.
Okay.
So they go after Bloodmane before Ulrich.
Okay.
Okay, so just keep that in mind, okay?
Yep.
Alright, so that's that. It is past that point in the turn at this point. So when it comes to the next round, they will get to go. But they spring into existence and begin...
And then, that, unfortunately, I think is all I'm going to be able to do this turn.
That's it?
Actually, well, she's still well within. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Alright. So, that brings us to the casters. So the casters get themselves up off the ground using half their movement. And, the one over here... begins to cast a spell. And the spell goes off. Give me just a moment. I actually have to adjust this real quick because the size is not right. Hang on. There we go. Alright, so the spell goes off, and a bolt of lightning rockets from its hands, furious, by the way. As it gets up, it pops its shoulder back into place, cracks its neck, and as the electricity crackles around its hands, it thrusts its palms outwards, and a beam of electricity flies from its fingertips. It is going to use lightning bolt, but it is also going to use Army Arcana to allow the hobgoblin that is directly in line of that lightning bolt to become immune to any damage from this spell. So, I need Ulrich, Winnie, and Bloodmane to make dexterity saving throws, please. It's a very low roll on damage for a lightning bolt. Y'all got real fucking lucky. 8d6, and I rolled 7 ones. 7 ones. Did you hear me?
Rolling like that, please.
Did you hear me? Alright, so, Bloodmane, you take a whopping 6 points of a lightning damage. Ulrich, you take 12 points of lightning damage. And Winnie, you... I actually don't know what their save is. You have succeeded and also only take 6 points of lightning damage. The Darkling unfortunately fails and is reduced to 1 hit point. But it fucking survives. It takes it like a champ. So the lightning rockets across the field. And then everything falls silent from that guy. From the second caster, who is currently in cahoots with this Darkling. He gets up, looks around very panicked, as it is actually in a bloodied state right now. That's how much damage it took from that fall. It sees the Darkling in front of it, glances down and sees kind of what is happening as far as this entire battlefield is concerned. And it also begins to mutter an incantation. As the energy builds up and around this thing, heat begins to emanate, and it slings a single small bead of elemental energy that detonates. It is going to use its Army Arcana ability to make all Hobgoblin allies immune to damage and saving throws for this spell, as small barriers go up around it. I need... Sybil. Winnie. Ulrich. Actually, Ulrich, I did not realize you were down. So, Ulrich, you just fail 1 saving throw. But I need Winnie, Bloodmane, Sybil, and Gartok to make dexterity saving throws.
It's a big-ass fireball, holy damn.
It's only 20 feet. Oh, you know what? No. The second thing that you're seeing is Candace's, the second thing you're seeing below that is Candace's, effect.
So on my screen, it's showing me it's out of the fireball range. So
Nope.
you said you...
Nope,
Okay.
you are absolutely in it.
Okay, can I use my uncanny dodge on that? Oh wait, never mind, I have evasion anyway.
Yeah, so just so you're aware, Kat, I actually have what's called, it's a grid the actual animation does not spread out to, or the actual graphic does not spread all the way to where the grid is. That's why they have these, I don't know if you can see it like on the other line. See how it's got like the little tick marks? That's the actual square that is included in that
I
spell.
hate it.
So, yeah. Because if you just go by the graphic, it's really hard to do that. It would just be a big, it would be a circle of, or a big square of fire. Sorry, go ahead.
Am I like 15 foot down?
You were at one point. Hang on a second.
So I haven't moved.
Yeah, give me a second here. So 5, 10, 15. So yeah, I guess Gartok, you would actually be out of that. So the problem with so here's the thing. The problem with constantly acting off screen is that now this entire fight has shifted 15 feet down, which makes a lot of this kind of like off screen. So that would mean that all of these Darklings, 4 of the Hobgoblins and the Scorpion are off screen. So I will say that I will allow you to not be affected by this fireball, but because this Scorpion can move and has you, you are now on screen. Because you're moving against your will. It's just way too hard for me to constantly do shit off screen. That's why I was nervous about you playing a sniper for that reason, and this is why. So, with that being said, you will not take effect from this fireball, so disregard your roll, and the Scorpion is now moving you back into range. Okay, let me go ahead and get some things moved around here. So, those have been rolled. GM layer, alright. And that is 30 points of fire damage. So, let me go to the top here. Winnie, you did succeed at your saving throw, so you take 15 points of fire damage. Bloodmane, you succeeded, so you take 15 points of fire damage. Sybil, you succeeded, so you take no points of fire damage because of your evasion ability. And the Darklings, let me look on my screen, so... actually, even the Darklings who succeeded, unfortunately, they only have 13 hit points. So when your concentration breaks, you're not sure if it's because of the fireball or because the Darklings are dead, but as you look around, you realize that there are no Darklings left on the field. You also realize that Bloodmane has... or, I mean, excuse me, that Ulrich has hit the ground. Alright, that ends the caster's turn. The Iron Shadow is holding its ground where it is at. Hobgoblins. So, one of these Hobgoblins is mortified. Fortunately for it, it can't see the target of its fear, so instead of running, it simply ducks down behind its shield and cowers, because that is all it can do on its turn. Same thing with the captain when we get to that point. It cannot see the target of its fear, so it simply crouches and cowers. However, the other two Hobgoblins that are currently up on the... Candace, your totem was not concentration, correct? That's
Correct.
just that happens?
It's there for the duration.
And how long is the duration?
Look at it before I speak.
Because it's been 2 rounds. I think it's a minute.
I think it is too, but I just wanted to...
Alright, so the two Hobgoblins that are up, the archers, they are going to shoot. They're going to attempt to target Bloodmane. So, one hits you, and as it hits you, it just shatters against your jaw. Like, literally, the arrow hits and just... and that is when you realize, this thing's made of stone. Oh, yeah, the beard. Yeah, like, just gets lodged in a big fucking red beard. The second one does hit you. And because it has an ally within 5 feet, it is going to use its martial advantage, bringing the total damage to 10, but because you are raging, it is reduced to 5 points of piercing. The Hobgoblins that are currently surrounding Gartok. So, Gartok, there are only 3 that are within range of striking you. They are going to attempt to hit you with their longswords. So the first one was a nat 1, the second one was a 9, both of those miss. Unfortunately, the third was a nat 20. So, Gartok, you are struck successfully. And that was really terrible critical damage. Your total damage with the crit included... Actually, you know what? He's going to use his martial advantage because he has an ally within 5 feet. So that's for an additional 6. So we are looking at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Only 13 points of slashing damage. And that's a critical with martial advantage. That was a lot of dice that didn't pan out. Okay.
Only 13?
For a critical that threw 4 dice at you, doubled, that's a lot. Or, I mean, that's a little. It could have been way worse. Alright, with that being said, so one of the captains, the one who's feared, he just crouches and begins to cry. 20, 25, 30. This guy is going to run up here, and he's going to stop where he is at. And that is the end of the round. We are back at the top. Gartok, it is your turn.
Okay, so I guess as like a sign of good faith, because this is getting bad real quick, he's gonna move his Hunter's sense as a bonus action to Hunter's Mark, sorry. To one of the hobgoblins, most likely the one to the left of the scorpion.
Okay, so you take your gaze away from the scorpion and you look down at the hobgoblin to the left of you and you focus in and you realize that this thing has the most intense adrenaline rush as its blood is pumping so fast through its body that one nick and this thing is liable to just burst outwards and bleed out on the ground. It's pumped. He is here to pump you up. Sorry.
I'd rather he just explode.
Me too.
Just burst. I'm gonna once again Gartox once again put his just hand on the claw of the scorpion. And go. Hobgoblins are not friends. They enslave. And he's gonna clutch his wound.
Okay, make an animal handling check with disadvantage. Holy shit, that's actually, wow, with disadvantage, that's really good. That's real good. Alright, let me roll, hang on, let me roll some dice here. So I decided to make an intelligence saving throw in order for this thing to resist what you are imparting upon it by your gestures. And it clearly doesn't know what the fuck you're saying. It clearly is not loyal to you because it's a giant scorpion, and you've never seen it, and it's probably never seen you, one of your type. And especially given the situation, it is literally just attempting to consume you. However, I made an intelligence saving throw in order to resist whatever your highest roll on your disadvantage was. Scorpions, giant scorpions, have a -5 intelligence saving throw, putting my total roll at a 0. The scorpion, not entirely sure what you're saying, but seeing you gesture over and over at the hobgoblins who are attempting to hack at you, and realizing at this point that there's really nothing left of you to consume, turns its gaze to the hobgoblins, and it drops you. You're not sure where that's gonna go, but it lets you go.
That was my action, correct?
Oh yeah. And your bonus action was changing the hunter's mark. So you have movement if you like.
You know what? Screw it. I'm a gambling man.
Oh, you are... Okay. Where are you going? What are you doing?
So what I want to do is I want to run off map once. My bad. Run into the jungle, like pass below this guy, which means 2 of the hobgoblins get a bonus, get an attack of opportunity. And then I want to run.
Hang on, you
to the
said
right
this guy,
into
but
the
hang on. You said this guy, but I didn't get a ping.
that guy.
Okay. So you're going to charge past him. So so you're gonna go south. So you're gonna go to the south down the path and then into the jungle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm essentially just. I'm gonna appear on the map again because I am gonna move up 1.
Okay.
But for now, I'm just gonna run below him and then past him into the jungle, where I'm unhindered. Because of...
Understood. So there's gonna be 3 attacks of opportunity.
I believe.
Unless you're staying... Are you staying within melee range of this guy?
I'm booking it into the jungle. So it is 3 attacks.
Okay, alright. Sorry, you are in such slow motion right now. You are still talking, but in the slowest motion on our screen. It's kind of hilarious. Give me 1 moment for these attacks.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Gartok might not be fine, but... Alright, so the first swing, your hunter's mark, misses you. The second 2 do successfully strike you with a 20 and a 22 respectively. 1 for 9 points and 1 for 8, bringing your total to 17 points of damage. So as you begin to sprint out of range, you go down the path 5 feet, and you are immediately cut down. You guys see Gartok, boom, get crumpled as these hobgoblins take their opportunity, and he crumbles. Oh my god, you're still talking, but now you're in fast motion. We can't hear a word you're saying, Lucy, just so you know.
He's fine on mine.
I wasn't talking, yeah.
Weird, on my right-hand screen, he was going super slow-mo, like on my main screen, he was going super slow-mo, and then he sped up, and he was still in total conversation. That was really creepy. I can see you on the left-hand screen moving normal now. Alright, so Gartok, you are technically off-screen by 5 feet. God damn it. Your concentration drops, your hunter's mark goes away. Whoops. And you guys see, now this entire time, Gartok has essentially been unscathed from the fireballs, the lightning bolts, the bullshit, and the ass-hattery, and has survived for almost an entire minute in the claws of this scorpion. Suddenly, the scorpion releases him, he turns to fucking run, and he is just, I mean, literally just cut down. Alright, Bloodmane.
Well, I guess I'm gonna do what I do best. Strike out at everything around me. Focusing first on this hobgoblin.
Lashing out like an angsty teenager.
I was like, no.
I just wanted Jinkos. That's this hobgoblin.
Alright, so you swing your hammer down upon the hobgobbo. The hobogobbo. Oh shit, yeah. Oh, you hit. Yep, for sure. This guy doesn't even see it coming. He assumed that as soon as the smoke from the fireball cleared that you were gonna be done, and instead you're grinning like a jackass and coming down on him full force. And with that, you sweep him out of the way, as if he were nothing but litter on the street. He hits the ground in a heap of twisted chainmail and splintered wood. Now that you have slain one, you can move half your movement speed for free, and take the additional attack. On top of also having your movement afterwards and all that good stuff.
Okay, I think. Try to crush this cocksucker.
Yeah, he's already not having a good day, so... He's... Oh god, he's probably about to really not have a good day. Alright, go ahead and give me the attack. Oh yeah, easy. This guy's literally wearing, like, studded leather armor, no shield, no... Oh my god. Plus your rage damage, correct? Or is that included?
No, it's not included, I don't believe, yeah.
Okay, is it 3? Plus 3?
It is +3.
Alright, so you you fucking hammer this guy. As you do so, the top half of the Warhammer head, Zorias' fate, breaks off in this dude's chest and immediately melts, leaving a baseball-sized gaping hole and a wound. He starts to collapse, catches himself, and begins to breathe heavy. He is not doing good.
Impressive. Yeah. I believe I will do that again or try.
Okay. And now that was a free attack, correct? Because of the two-weapon fighter? Or you don't have to use a bonus action or anything like that?
There is a bonus action. I believe what we had decided on was that if I downed one in the beginning, I'd be able to use my 2 attacks.
And then go back for the extra attack. Okay, cool. Yep, absolutely. Oh, fuck. Alright, go ahead and lay it on me. Yeah, you definitely hit. Oh, God.
So that should be 16.
Control, Alt, fuck you. As this guy looks at you, you see its eyes flare purple, and this purple smoke begins to, like, drip out of his eyes, and you hear the first words of an incantation as the fingertips begin to glow, and you absolutely refute that in the name of the Deep Old One, and as you come down with the hammer, you completely obliterate this thing. I mean, he just disappears from existence. Alright, anything else?
I believe that'll be all from me, my good sir.
Alright. Ulrich, go ahead and give me a... Oh, actually, don't give me anything. You stabilize.
Yep. Best item ever.
It isn't... I mean, it really is. It is...
You also want to roll for injury for me since I don't have a token.
You don't have a token? Absolutely. Go ahead and roll a d20. And I'm sorry, it was fire that dropped you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you take first-degree burns. So these are extremely, they're superficial, but they're very powerful burns. Anytime you take fire damage for the next 2 weeks, or until you are healed, you take an additional point of damage every time you take it.
Crispy bitch.
What I'll do, you guys, because I don't obviously have any of this stuff set up right now, and now that we have actually needed to use it, I should probably make, like, little cards that I can just send to you so you know what your injuries are. And for anybody who is watching
I
who
added it
does...
to my other notes, so just so it's on my sheet.
Perfect, I appreciate that, thank you. So again, superficial, magic healing will cure it, or 2 weeks it'll heal naturally. And for anybody watching who's interested, this is not obviously a part of the world. This is a homebrew effect where anytime you're dropped to 0, you take depending on the type of damage that you were dealt, you take an injury. Sometimes they're really superficial like that, and sometimes they're horribly fucking crippling, like internal injuries or broken spines that require regenerate spells. So
Yeah, some of us had those for months.
for many, many times, yes. So, with that being said, I need a perception check from Bloodmane, Sybil, Winnie.
the alive people.
Just had to one-up me.
Literally one-upped you.
All right, so Winnie, you don't actually happen to take notice.
Staring at Ulrich's lifeless, crispy body.
Pretty much. But Sybil and Bloodmane, as you are standing here, you hear the very loud, very audible sound of heavy wings beating above you. As you glance up, you see against the setting sun the brass underbelly of a draconic figure sweeping down and over the open circular section that is the open part of the jungle and this war camp. As soon as you hear it and you feel it, you see the trees start to bend under the flapping of the wings, and that is when, landing in the center of the camp, you see an all too familiar brass dragon. One that, at one point in time, was being ridden by a hobgoblin and torching your ship. Many, many, many months ago. This time it's not being ridden by a, it is not being ridden by a hobgoblin. And more interestingly, it does not have the harnesses or the saddle of the hobgoblins, or at least what it had last time. It lands, looks around the battlefield from the interior. You see the hobgoblins kind of shudder underneath it landing suddenly and coming essentially out of nowhere. As that happens, it breathes deeply and calls out downward toward the outward towards the melee in the front. You hear in common,
Faxingal the Blue sends his regards.
and with that, it exhales. Upward into the hobgoblins that are currently standing and shooting down upon you. A line of fire, a gout of fire spits upwards into the hobgoblins above you. Give me one moment. As the fire and the gout dies down, you hear screams rip across the battlement. The shadow-cloaked hobgoblin seems to have taken an absolute ton. It's almost like it got hit with a gout of napalm as it clings to its body and it screams and pats itself out, still alive but very charred. Where the other hobgoblin stood, nothing remains. Incinerated to ash. The giant scorpion at this point, the one that had Gartok in its grasp, turns now to the hobgoblin that struck down, or that was hunter's marked by Gartok, and it begins to claw at it hungrily. The first claw successfully grabs it and picks it up off the ground, and you see it begin to squeeze. The second claw grabs about a foot underneath its torso, successfully grabbing it and squeezing, and dealing the exact amount of damage that it has hit points, successfully rips the hobgoblin in half, popping the chainmail and spilling its innards out. It lets go of the two halves and begins to grab down with its pinchers and pull all of the entrails up into its hungry mouth. Sybil.
First of all, holy crap. Second of all, I'm gonna go back up this wall, and I'm gonna do a little stabby stab.
Alright, so go ahead and give me an athletics check. Okay, so it's going to require double movement to get up the wall, so it'll take 30 to get to the top.
Yeah, okay. Still gonna do a little stabby stab. So the first one is going to be on the one that is feared.
Okay, now just so you know, it has a large shield in front of it. Those are shields that are there. They've been firing over cover.
That's fair. That's going to be vaguely problematic then.
I mean, you can still attempt to swing at it, but it definitely it is very clear that it has cover.
I just need to nick it in order to put some poison into it, so we're gonna try anyway.
Okay, give me just 1 second to just take a look and make sure that I have this right.
I actually don't know if I'll be able to reach the one that's feared from the wall. I'm using daggers.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Okay, well, that's okay then.
That's alright. Go ahead and give me the attack roll if you're going to stab the other one anyways.
Yep, not with sneak attack, so just ignore that.
Yeah, so
shame that it's not with sneak attack.
Yeah, it is a shame. However, even with its 3/4 cover, you still successfully managed to just get the tip of the foul blade into its shoulder.
Okay, I'm gonna release the serpent's venom, but I don't remember what the damage is on it.
Okay, understood. I'll go ahead and pull it up. Alright, I got it here. So that was 10 points. I'm sorry, you can go ahead and roll that. That was just me clicking inside, but yeah, it's 3d6. You can go ahead and roll it if you want to.
Okay, I like your 10, but...
I mean, if you want me to roll it, I'll be the... but we'll just commit to me being the one to roll it.
Nah, I enjoy rolling poison. Let's see. Okay, I'll take mine.
Alright, so that's 12, so it's reduced to 6 because of the save. So 6, so that's 11. Okay.
And for the record, that does empty out the first dagger.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, I'm going
So you reach over and you dip the tip into the shoulder of this hobgoblin, just barely. You get it through a chink in the chainmail, and as you do so, you feel it hit soft flesh. You inject the poison. You see bubbles bubble out of the capsule that is holding the last dose of the poison, and you see the hobgoblin kind of look at you. It goes to draw its longsword like "fuck you," and then suddenly it coughs, drops the longsword, grabs its throat, and then tumbles over the edge of the battlement that it is on and hits the ground below with a sickening.
Okay. Can you use acrobatics to minimize like falling damage?
As an action, sure.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, if you're going to like actively do it.
Nope, I am just going to take my bonus action to run along the wall here.
Okay.
And then just drop down. I recognize it's going to hurt, but I'm still going to do it.
Okay, perfect. Yep, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw. You know what? I was gonna roll damage for it. I can't deny a nat 20. Yeah, especially being a 28, and with you being literally a fucking acrobat, you jump off the wall, and as you do so, you turn your back to the stairs behind you, and you brace your fall by grabbing onto the cobblestones and doing what is essentially a staggered fall, as if you were falling out of the silks and just grabbing and holding yourself on all the way down. You take 0 damage.
I love the thematic of a rogue. Thank
I mean,
you.
that's fucking flawless. I can't deny you that.
Okay. I am.
I'll
very
get you when it's
content
time
with
for
that
your
being my
will
turn.
save.
Yeah.
Wisdom
yeah,
save.
you
Oh
will.
god, I just had a 3rd edition brain fart. Okay. Alright, so that brings us to Winnie.
All right. Well, in true Sybil fashion, she's gonna miss out on the unicorn heal, but I'm gonna now cast Mass Cure Wounds, and it should include everybody else.
Okay, give me one moment. Okay, so you mutter your incantation, and as you do so, Winnie, the unicorn spirit, taking to the full breadth of your cure wounds, jumps into the energy as you release it above the totem, and begins to, at lightning speed, zip it across the field, healing your allies. Everybody receives 26 points of healing.
Correct. Then, I'm trying to decide just how shocked she is right now. I think honestly she'd probably. So Ulrich is good now, so she's gonna move. Right there.
All right.
You said how much is it to step in and out? It's 5 feet or 10?
5.
5. Okay, so she's gonna step in right now,
Gotcha.
and I'm gonna go grab the kids and get them down.
All right. We're going to finish this round, guys, and we'll take like a 10-minute break for grabbing food and drinks and pee-pee and poo-poos and all that stuff. So, sorry, we got kids. I got to say it like that. not to minimize your adulthood, but all right. So the caster.
I have a
Yeah,
question for planning.
for-
Is this able to be moved through, or is this a solid tower underneath? Am I able to go underneath?
Yeah, so these platforms, the most forward platforms, are solid all the way down. The ones that have stairs are built and they are open underneath.
Okay, so I can go under the stairs, not under the solid platforms.
That
Sweet.
is correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
I just wanted to plan.
Absolutely. Unless, of course, you have something cool like, meld with stone or something neat.
I just did my cool.
All right, fair enough. Okay, so with that being said, this guy over here, seeing the dragon land, he looks back down towards you guys and up at the dragon, and then back down towards you guys and up at the dragon, and then he is going to begin casting a spell. As he does so, you see as the incantation leaves, it manifests around his hands and feet as swirling vortexes of wind energy, and he takes off into the air. And he flies up and over the wall, out of sight of you guys, but still 40 feet above, so he's pretty visible from the open ground below you, and that is unfortunately where he ends his turn. The guy on the wall, who was just torched to shit by the dragon, is going to, you see him kind of disappear behind the shield, and he rematerializes, coming up and out of the shadow of the dragon, the shadow that it is casting. It just kind of merges out of. As that happens, it is going to begin swinging furiously on the dragon. Only one of those attacks successfully hits. There is actually like audible clangs of metallic as the ironed knuckles of this thing's fist wraps bounce off of the metallic hide of the dragon, and you hear ting, 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 and there's an audible crunch as one does successfully land, and that is all it can do. That brings us to the hobgoblins. So the hobgoblins, the one up here is still feared, so he is cowering at this point. Actually, you know what? I forgot these guys need to make saves each turn, but... Oh, holy shit. That was a 19. Okay, so he is no longer feared. Instead, he's feared by the big fucking dragon down there, and since he doesn't know where Sybil is, he is going to draw an arrow, and he will fire down at the dragon with his longbow. That is a miss. Arrow flies down, boom, crashes and shatters off of the dragon's hide. The remaining hobgoblins, they are going to actually attempt to. They're going to surround the scorpion, and they're going to attempt to regain control of it because this thing cannot be fucking with them. So let me roll a few things. And they do seem to gain control of it, but it takes all three of them circling around it and kind of whoa, 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 and you hear these little clicks and pops coming out of their mouths as they are clearly saying something to it or communicating with it somehow. But they do seem to finally get it under control after it eviscerated one of their fucking guys.
I accept this.
With that being said, opening the field up a little more, as now we have some issues happening inside the camp. The hobgoblins at the rear of the camp are going to start moving forward. Alright, so one of these hobgoblins, this guy up in the right-hand side, he's going to draw back on his longbow and try to fire at the dragon. Again, scales are just too tough to penetrate with this simple arrow, and it batters off of this thing's wings like it's nothing. The captain that is up in the front, he is going to make a wisdom saving throw. What was the DC on that, Cat? Was it 17?
15.
15? Okay, so he just barely rolled a 15. So he is also no longer feared.
Not my best rabbit screams.
No, but it takes his entire turn to save from it, so he is out of commission for this turn. The other hobgoblin here, he is going to run up into melee with the dragon. Oh, who's the good boy? Oh my god, he's so cute. Sorry, that's the dragon too. So this hobgoblin is going to swing at this dragon twice with its greatsword. So he misses once, and he hits the second time. As he hits, he's going to impose his martial advantage to deal extra damage for a total of 30 points of damage to the dragon. As he cuts deep across the chest scales of the dragon, blood begins to visibly spill out of its throat. Okay, so the captain at the very rear, he is going to be moving up and into range, but it does require his entire action to do so. So we will bring ourselves back down here, and that is the end of the round. We are back at the top with Gartok. However, guys, let's just take like 5-10 minutes really quick. I'm gonna help Candace get the kids situated for a nap, and then we will finish our last 2 hours at the top of the round. And everybody else who is hanging out here in chat, first and foremost, thank you very much for being here. To all of you, Chaos Queen, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Does your plan involve dragon?
And thank you to all of our fine friends who have been hanging out. Thank you for the just so you guys know, I know that y'all have been redeeming things. I apologize, you guys. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to chat while we are playing, because I give all my attention to the players. I don't even have chat up, but I appreciate all of your checks. I will make sure that I get my posture check, my stretch, and I'll take a little drink here for you, Esnick. So I just want to say, again, I appreciate you guys all being here. I'm going to go to the be right back screen. And actually, you know what? I'll leave it up here because you guys can hang out and see everybody chatting. And yeah, we'll just spin hydrates and stretches. Okay, good. Thank you, Logan. So again, we're going to go take a quick break. I'm going to use the bathroom, get the kids settled, and we will be back in 5-10 minutes. Okay, guys? I have not seen this play before, so just having a peek and seeing what it's like. It's good that you explain it as you're going along. Oh, excellent. Yeah, Chaos Queen. Well, again, thank you so much. I seriously appreciate you popping in. It's great to see you. And yeah, so this is we've been playing this campaign. Now, this is session number 36. So we usually play once a month. We had been playing once a month in person until myself and Nerdy Knots moved. So now we play online, but we're playing 4-hour sessions instead of 8-hour sessions, and twice a month instead of once a month. So there's a lot of stuff going on as far as this battle's concerned. As soon as we get back from our very, very quick break, we will go into more depth, and we'll have fun and see how this thing goes. So, surprise, surprise, there's a dragon on the field now, baby. I know, I noticed that. I was like, oh shit, did we just walk back? Did we just sit down at the same time? Great minds. I'm gonna sit here and eat my cashews and pistachios.
I don't know if you saw in chat, but I made a deal with Bloodmane. He gets my legs, then he gets to keep the secret from the Scorpion.
Say what again?
So we made it, Ulrich made a joke that now I have to take the pet master or whatever it is for the ranger.
Yeah, Beastmaster.
I said, yeah, and I said, actually I'm Monster Hunter, but don't tell that to the Scorpion.
Joke's on you, asshole.
And then Bloodmane said, I'm gonna tell him. And I'm like, no. And he's like, okay, I want your legs in order to keep the secret. To which I said, well, my legs clearly got me killed, so I accept.
Hell yeah. Also, just because I heard you say it before, Torn here. Oh, shit. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Torn. And welcome on in. Lucy, did you see what Torn just said? Swarm Keeper with Swarm of Scorpions. That's fucking cool.
I am a Monster Hunter. I don't get another song. I find it funny. As we started this session with, I had 31 HP. Now I have 26, so almost there again.
I would like to show something to the class.
Please.
This is my favorite glass. I love this thing. I'm always afraid I'm gonna break it, so I don't use it often, but today's the day, baby. Pink lemonade.
Hell to the yes.
See the resemblance?
It's beautiful. I love it. It's a fire giant, right?
That's right.
Fuck yeah. Everybody's feeling D&D today. I actually got my D&D coffee mug. I still, I need to figure a way out, because I got some glue on the fucking edge of that big mug that you guys got me a couple years ago for Christmas. I cannot figure out how the hell to get it off. I've tried all sorts of solvents and stuff, but I want to drink from it regularly. Yeah, the big ale mug.
Yeah. Honestly, gasoline usually works well, but if you tried other solvents, I don't know.
Alright, guys.
I have a real quick question.
Yeah, sure.
Did the last fireball clear out more of the, make anything more visible, or is it still just that space?
No, it dropped it right on top of where... Oh, actually, you know what? Hang on. Nope. No, you are right. Give me 1 second. It wasn't much more, but... So, 5 feet of it were in the path. Give me a sec. There you go. It was only 5 feet more that it cleared out. Now behind you is a little bit more cleared out as well. But where Gartok is technically on the path, so it's not.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, I can see Bloodmane now. Sweet.
What's up,
All right.
you legless motherfucker?
Yeah. Alright, Gartok. So Gartok, you go down. suddenly, actually, that reminds me, Lucia, you don't have a token, so I need you to roll a d20 for me. Alright, so you have a horrible scar. That is your injury. As you get up, there is a disgusting scar that was cut across the back of your head. And every time you talk, it makes an audible noise. It's like that rigid and nasty. While you have this disfigurement, you have... You have disadvantage on persuasion checks, and you have advantage on intimidation checks.
I accept this.
And it requires healing of 6th level or higher in order to cure it. Or regeneration. Alright, with that being said, I know Sybil isn't here quite yet, but she will be back shortly, and her turn isn't quite yet, so why don't we go ahead and say, Gartok, what are you doing?
Okay, so they have distracted the scorpion, so I am gonna get up, which is half my movement. I'm 5 feet off the map, right?
Yeah, so with you being 5 feet off, you are not within range of anybody's melee strikes. And as you get up, you realize a dude has been literally snipped in half. One of the hobgoblins, and the other 3 are desperately right now trying to get it to calm down.
Okay, and I'm guessing I can't see the hobgoblin to the right of the scorpion because it's in the forest.
That is correct. You can hear it. You can hear him shouting and shit, but you can't see him.
Do I need to make a check to find him if I run after him?
Not with your perception. You can hear him. He's not being quiet.
In that case, I want to pick up my short sword where I dropped it.
So you're
Actually,
gonna move
that might
5 feet back towards the scorpion?
Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna drop that short sword. I can still see them, right? Because I'm on the road.
Yeah, you see everything that's... So, where you are at is the road. Everything in that red box is now wide open, and then everything that was over on this map was already wide open. So you can see everything. And as you glance ahead of you, by the way, into the camp, you see a big fucking brass dragon dead center in the middle of the map. Or dead center in the middle of the encampment. Actively engaged with some of the hobgoblins.
Okay, well, that guy scares me. The dragon scares me. So Gartok is gonna move 15 feet. Well, I guess 10 feet to the left, and then I'm still gonna be 15 feet to the left. I'm still gonna be 5 off. I wanted to get up, but I don't have the move for that. And then I'm gonna pull out my bow, and I'm gonna shoot this hobgoblin close to me.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't
Actually,
see.
I'm gonna put Slayer's Crown first.
Okay, hey, I didn't see the ping. Can you tell me? You said it was the one closest to you. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Now, are you moving back up onto map?
I want to, but that'll put me into melee range with him, and I don't want to be melee range. So I'm technically 5 feet off.
All right.
But I am gonna put Slayer's Prey on him first.
Okay, is that a bonus action or free action?
It is a bonus action.
All right, so Slayer's Prey goes up on him. Put the red and red.
I will try and shoot him.
All right. You know what? All right, an 18 just hits. Ooh, Slayer's Prey is gross too, isn't it?
It's just a d6. It's like 100.
It's just like a free hunter's mark.
Yeah, except I can only use this one once. The first attack.
Okay, go ahead and roll some damage for me. Ooh. There's 1 and 5. All right. Well, hey, better than nothing, right?
True. Great being not on the receiving end for a bit.
Correct. So you rear back on the bow and you loose the arrow, and this thing who's got its hands up and is kind of like, you know, trying to get the attention of the scorpion, who next to this hobgoblin is a hobgoblin that is literally split in half, and you recognize that other hobgoblin as the one that you were focused on with your hunter's mark. Now you see this thing as your prey, and as you fire the arrow, it pierces its chainmail behind one of its shoulder blades, and as it pops through, it sails past it and nails this wall, leaving a bloody smear along the wall. Also, make sure that you're marking your arrows off. All right, anything else, Gartok?
I can fire one more time.
All right. $21 is a hit. Go ahead and roll some damage. And as you fire the second arrow, this thing turns around, and as it turns around, the scorpion, you see, actively tries to grab at it. It ducks and catches the second arrow through both of its cheeks, blowing out all of its teeth. It spits onto the ground and just collapses in a heap of blood. Savage.
And that is all my actions, so.
Beautiful. Good round. Blood main.
All right.
I work hard for my money.
Side. So that healing goes out. That healing range goes out to the road, or does it go one past the road?
It goes one past the road.
Fine.
Yeah, so the scorpion's kind of like half in, half out right now.
If I move here by the hobgoblin, is that in healing range?
It is in healing range. Yep, that is inside of the barrier.
All right. I would like to smash, please.
All right, now just so you know, it does have some cover, but you can see it in the woods. Because it is actively dodging in and out right now.
Okay, how is that going to... Would I roll disadvantage?
Nope,
or...
nope, it just acts as cover, so it'll get a little bit of a boost to its AC, but not by a whole lot.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, so go ahead and give me a roll. So even with the cover, it wouldn't have mattered. You swing down with Zarias' Fate, and it clips a couple of the jungle bushes, and you see them freeze under the touch, but it does not manage to hit the hobgoblin.
Well, can't win them all.
True. Yeah, and as you swing again, it kind of pulls a Homer Simpson and just like ducks back into the brush, and again you miss it, but just barely. Actually, that was kind of a far off miss, but that's all right. Okay, so is that the end of your turn?
Yes, that will be all.
All right, Ulrich.
Okay, let's see. Can I still see Bloodmane?
Give me one sec.
With my amazing perception.
Yeah, actually you can. Yep, he's a clear shot because this is the road right here and not jungle, and he is standing right on the other side. Yep, you sure can.
Sweet.
All right. I gotta remember how many sorcery points this is. Oh, it's only one. Cool. So I'm going to pop 1 sorcery points to distance spell heal and hit Bloodmane with heal. Oh shit, range has... I didn't know heal has a range of 60 feet. I thought it was touch. Never mind. I don't need to.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're gonna cast a 6th level spell, it better be better than a fucking touch, right? Okay, so
Yeah,
you...
in fact, I'm gonna spend 6 sorcery points at figuring that out to twin spell it and hit both Winnie and Bloodmane with heal. Which will drain me of sorcery points.
Yup. Yup, you can absolutely fucking do that, because it would be
So
6
both of you
sorcery
heal 7
because you're fucking... It is a 6th level spell. So you... So, Ulrich. At this point, goes into the center of where this unicorn totem is. You guys see these spectral wings literally materialize in draconic form off of his back as he rises off of the ground about 3 feet. His body goes limp for a moment, and as his head snaps back to attention, his hands go out and flash this series of sigils, which manifest in front of him almost as if he's writing script in the sky. As he finishes the incantation, he slaps his hands together and in very twin spell fashion holds both palms outward, targeting, sorry, who it was, Winnie and Bloodmane?
Winnie and Bloodmane, yeah.
And literally a beam, a full-blown beam of white energy radiates out from his palms, and as it washes over both of you, not only are you both healed for 70 hit points worth of damage, you are also no longer blind, deaf, or diseased in any way, shape, or form. After that glorious show of radiance, he settles back to the ground, the spectral wings dissipate, and he kind of glances around like, well, what the fuck?
That was an accident.
Did I do that? Alright, Ulrich, anything else really fucking cool?
No, that's all I got right
God,
now.
I'm sorry, you've been in this campaign for a very long time, and I feel like this game you have just fucking shown off.
There was the one shapeshift to a shark so they could breathe underwater to try and save people.
That
Or-
is
or-
true. That is true. And you did polymorph yourself into a whale once to tug the boat. That was pretty awesome.
I have notes about some of that.
Alright, cool. Very, very, very good use of that. Alright, and that brings us to the dragon. So the dragon at this point... does not get its breath attack back. But you know what? That doesn't necessarily matter. Because it is going to begin to go apeshit on the hobgoblins in front of it. So, it is going to start with its bite, and is going to try to bite the shadowy guy. Unfortunately, that does not hit, so it is going to attempt to claw it. It does hit with the claw, and it's going to swing at it with the second claw. That is a nat 1, unfortunately, but it does hit with the first claw. And as it hits this thing, with the flesh that is already sloshing off of it from the gout of flame it spat at it last turn, it grabs it with its big, meaty, draconic paw and just tears a good quarter of the flesh off of its upper body, including most of its armor, exposing muscle and meat below. That is going to end its turn. And that brings us to the giant scorpion. The giant scorpion at this point is back under control. And it is now going to charge north and engage Bloodmane. Bloodmane, it's going to attempt to grab you with its claws. So it grabs you with the first claw, grappling you. And dealing 6 points of bludgeoning damage, reduced to 3 because you're raging. It then snips at you again with its second claw, successfully hitting for 4 points of bludgeoning damage, reducing it to 2, so your total is 5 points of bludgeoning damage for those. Now the stinger lashes down at you. That is not a hit. As you know what's coming after this thing picks you up, you duck as the stinger flies overhead. Sybil.
Okay, I have a plan. So I am
God help
going.
us.
Yeah. So she's going to duck underneath these stairs and go here and then straight north towards them. It's exactly 30 to get there. I am going to stab at the one on the stairs with the dagger that has the poison in it. That's the first attempt. No sneak attack with that.
You said the one on the stairs, or the one off the stairs?
The one on the stairs.
Okay, understood. Go ahead and make that attack roll.
Yep. I clicked the wrong tab. Okay, so here's hoping.
Oh, that absolutely hits.
Okay, so then injecting the poison in that one.
Okay, are you rolling for damage?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 3d6. Let me make my con save. Con save was successful, so he'll take half of that. So we'll call that 12, plus the 8. So that's 6. I'm sorry, I'm doing the math here. So that's so it's going to be 6 plus 8. All right, well, I don't even need to do the math. All right, so you materialize, because I guess that's what you fucking do now. Actually, that's not what you have always done. I shouldn't discredit you. But as you materialize, you thrust upwards, as this guy is got a longbow in hand and was in the process of actually running up the stairs to take position. You stab him in the thigh, inject the poison. He kind of looks down. You hear him start to speak, and then he coughs. You see his eyes begin to bleed, and he just collapses on the steps and slides down 3 steps before stopping breath.
Okay, now
Stopping
part two of
breath.
the plan.
He's stopping breathing.
So he's stopping breathing. Part 2, my Rakish Audacity triggers, so I'm going to swing with the non-poison dagger at the one directly in front of me. Sneak attack will trigger if I hit. So here's hoping again.
So,
And I looked at the party, has no idea where I am at the moment.
okay. Yeah, right? Okay, so yeah, you absolutely, as this guy looks down at you, I mean, he's got his longsword out, and as he's swinging up, you kind of like, you kind of do this semi-dip down and thrust with the other dagger, and as you do so, you watch the chainmail split the length of the dagger, and the entire blade disappears into his sternum. You twist, and as you tear across his chest, you make a sideways T, and you see blood just cascade, just completely waterfall out of the chainmail. He doesn't even make a sound. He just coughs, and then his eyes roll back into his head, and he collapses.
So purely thematically, I figure she kind of like turns it into like a slight little bow as she faces this one that's 10 feet away from her and just waits, because that was my action economy.
All right, bad ass. That brings us to Winfina. Sorry, I shouldn't call you by your Christian name, Winnie.
Oh my gosh, my Christian name. Okay, so Winfina. So if I'm there. Am I able to see the dragon from here?
If you mean if you were to move there,
Yeah.
you could move there and I could tell you. I mean, otherwise you're gonna just have to draw the line yourself and do the figuring out on your end. Hey, holy shit, it's a big dragon!
Okay.
Yeah, you see it. There's also a
Nothing
huge
else?
scorpion in front of you and like 2 dudes playing peekaboo in the jungle.
That's nothing new. Okay, so they're old news. There's a dragon now. So I'm actually. This may be a little surprising, but I'm actually going to. I'm going to cast Healing Word at first level on the dragon. Everybody in the thing will get their 11 points of healing.
What is it, 60 foot range?
60. It's 50 away, yeah.
Okay, so you mutter your incantation, a single whispered word, and a little spiral of energy spins around the dragon's throat where the wound had appeared, and the bleeding slows down.
We're friends right now. And then everybody gets 11 points of healing that's inside of the thing.
Yep, so that would be Gartok, Ulrich, and Bloodmane. You all gain 11 points of healing.
I'm at full, so I'm not getting anything. And then, so the scorpion currently has Bloodmane, right?
Yeah, it's got him picked up and is attempting to eat him.
Okay.
I'm a mighty
Probably.
big snack, boy.
Make sure you're marking off spell slots, by the way.
I am, yes.
Okay.
Probably shouldn't fuck with that then. Okay. Snail.
No.
So, since I used my bonus action, am I able to save my action as a warcaster to save my cantrip for, like an attack if it comes within range? I've never done it out of turn, so.
Yeah, because what it's doing is using your reaction, so you're spending your action to prepare your reaction to act upon a trigger. So yeah, you can always use your bonus action and then ready your action. So yeah, so you ready your action on a cantrip, you said?
Yeah, so it'll be
Okay.
Thorn Whip.
Okay.
And it'll be if this a-hole
Okay.
goes here or here, then I'm going to use Thorn Whip on him.
Okay,
Or attempt
understood.
to, at least.
Sounds good.
Right. That's it for me.
Alright, so the dude who is currently flying in the sky. He's going to fly there. And as he does so, he begins to mutter an incantation. Actually, he doesn't really mutter anything. He's pretty much screaming the incantation at this point. And he finishes his incantation. And as he does so, he's very actively scoping the field. As he begins the incantation, he chants it out, and you see crackles of electricity spinning around the vortexes, holding him aloft. As he finishes the incantation, he spins around in a circle effortlessly, Can't say that effortlessly. And as he does so, he aims his palms downward towards Winnie and Gartok, and a blast of lightning erupts from his palms. I need Gartok and Winnie to make dexterity saving throws, please.
That was almost a lot better.
Gartok, you absolutely succeeded. Winnie, you did not. Winnie, you take 24 points of lightning damage. Gartok, yours is reduced to 12 because of your save. And the lightning bolt fades away. That ends his turn. Alright, the shadowy guy who is in combat with the dragon is going to take 4 attacks against the dragon. Whoop, disregard that. Here we go. Holy shit. 22, 21, 12, 9. Couple of them.
I'd now dub that Mr. 50-50.
So as that happens, so the first two strikes land successfully, dealing a total of 13 points of damage to the dragon. The third one, as it hits and starts to deflect, the hobgoblin next to him looks down at him, and you hear him say out loud in Goblin, which Winnie is the only one that understands. You hear this guy shout, "Strike harder, you can do it!" For a whopping 1 bonus, which is still a miss. He could not do it, but he was confident in his ability, so good for him.
I speak Goblin.
Okay, well then you hear it too. Barely. There's a lot of ringing in your ears from that lightning bolt, but you definitely... you pick some of it up. So the dragon, those of you who can see it, which is barely Bloodmane, Winnie, and Sybil, it is currently heavily bleeding from the mouth and chest area. It's not bloodied yet, but it's taken some damage. With that being said, it is the Hobgoblin's turn. So the Hobgoblin, hey, he is going to step out of the woods. Winnie, go ahead and trigger your Thorn Whip. A 20 absolutely hits.
5 points of magical. That kind of.
So you grab it with a Thorn Whip, and it's 15 feet forward or 10?
10.
10? So you yank it literally right into melee with you as you whip the dreadlocks forward. They manifest as these long, spiky tendrils grab around this thing, and it very suddenly becomes aware that this is not a good situation, and it gets yanked forward. Now, was there a saving throw to that, or no? It just happens?
Pretty sure if I hit it happens. Let me double check. Yeah, if the attack hits, it takes it and
Perfect.
it gets full.
Alright, done and done. Alright, so that triggers your action. Now it is their turn. So now that he's in melee with you, he is going to swing at you with his longsword. That is a 7. That does not hit. It's very caught off guard by what's going on, and it can barely get its sword up to successfully swing at you. Bloodmane, the guy that has just jumped out of the woods at you, is going to attempt to swing on you. Oops. And that is a nat 1. He is very terrified of whatever the hell it is that you are, and the fact that the scorpion is holding you aloft, barely. With that being said, the guy up here is going to rear back on his longbow. As he turns around, he is going to fire at Sybil. And that is a 6. Sybil,
Never mind.
as you finish slaughtering the two hobgoblins in front of you, you look up and you hear the twang. As you hear the twang, you lay against the stairs and bend over as the arrow flies across your breast. That is not it. Give me 1 second. And then this guy's gonna jump across. So he runs up the stairs. He uses his entire turn, all action economy, to run up the stairs and then leaps across to try to dodge, dive. He tries to get behind fucking cover. All right, and yeah, that's it for the hobgoblins. Now, captains. Oh, captain, my captain. Sybil, you are going to be charged by this guy.
Okay. Once again, if it hits, I'm an uncanny dodge.
Understood. That captain moves there. No captains out front. There's one engaged with the dragon. So, Captain 1. He's going to swing at you with his great sword twice. Oof. Nat 20. Now, luckily for you, he has no allies near him because he does not get to roll his additional 3d6 martial advantage. However, as you begin to uncanny dodge, so it was only a total, the total damage was only, oh, actually, no, that's not true. That was, yeah, no, so that's 14, pretty low for a greatsword crit, reduced to 7. So you take 7 points of slashing damage. The second attack... Absolutely worth it. The second attack is a 9. In your uncanny dodge, he swings heavy overhead and takes out a chunk of the stone stairs. The one that's engaged currently with the dragon... Nat 1's on the first attack, and as he rears up with the greatsword, comes in and does hit the dragon for a 21, dealing an additional 8 points of damage.
It's not letting me click on me to change my hit points.
I got you. What's your hit point total?
I am down to 37. So I'm still doing okay.
Yeah, you're actually still doing... You're still above bloodied. That's good. Alright, that is it for the captains. All the way back to the top. Gartok. Gartok hungry.
Gartok is spicy right now because he just got electrocuted. Just want to check the range. Where would I need to move to be able to use Hunter's Sense, which is 90 feet, to be within 90 feet of the wizard who's flying?
So right now you are 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, and 40 up, so that's... You said it was 90 feet?
Yeah, 90.
You're within range now.
Okay, cool. Then first
Barely,
thing,
by
I'm
like
gonna
10
move
feet,
5
but
feet
you're
up,
there.
so I'm actually...
Yep,
I'm gonna actually move 5 feet forward, so I'm on the map.
Yay!
I am then gonna bonus action Hunter's Market. The wizard flying.
Okay.
I will mark off that spell slot. And then I will twang twice.
Alright, go ahead. So as you focus in on it, the energy kind of cascades around you, and as you zoom in on it, you see not only the electricity fading from the spell, but you also see its pulse. It is heavily breathing and very intensely concentrating on the magic that is currently upon it. Alright, go ahead and take some shots for me. 14. Yeah, so a 14 does hit it. It's only wearing studded leather.
Rolled max damage. There we go.
Holy shit, that was... Yeah, okay, hang on, I gotta make a Constitution saving throw, otherwise this guy's gonna fall. Oh, I rolled a 20 on the Constitution saving throw. So this arrow hits him in the guts and explodes out. You see it sail up and over the canopies, over the canopy with the angle that you had shot at it, and it just arcs up, leaving a stream of blood behind it. It is below bloodied. You have bloodied it in one shot. Go ahead and take your second shot. That was dirty. That's a lot of fucking damage. An 11, unfortunately, does not hit. Mark off your arrows, and anything else that you would like to do.
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
Alright. Bloodmane.
Scorpion.
Yes.
Nat 1, baby!
Oh, God, this is not good. To be fair, you've done work the last few rounds.
I have.
13, unfortunately, is not enough to impact this thing's armor. As you swing down on it very awkwardly in a grapple, like, holy shit. First of all, this thing's strong, because it has picked you up in the air about 5 inches. Although it does seem to be struggling.
Hey. Am I able to try and get out of its grasp, or would the attacks have mitigated that?
Yeah, so as your action, you could have attempted to escape. But your attacks were your action, so...
Sounds good. Then that is all for me.
Alright, Ulrich.
Let's go ahead and do a little bit of move here. And I'm going to cast a 4th level Cure Wounds on Gartok.
Alright. So Gartok, Ulrich sprints at you, your fellow lizard person thing friend, and as his gentle hands reach out and caress your scaly shoulder, a pulse of divine energy heals you for 16 points of damage. I couldn't have made that any creepier. Why is he gonna make it? I don't know. You gotta touch him somehow. Okay, so 16 points. Anything else, Ulrich?
Yes, I'm going to burn, do like I did before, the bonus action, burn a 3rd level spell for 3 sorcery points.
Alright, so you focus inwardly and you regain your sorcery points at the expense of a 3rd level spell slot. Alright, and is that it? No extra movement?
Nope, that's good for me.
Alright. The Scorpion. The Scorpion is going to attempt to squeeze the shit out of Bloodmane.
I didn't bring any backup underwear, so let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, luckily for you, it rolled a 10 and a 13. So it squeezes with all of its might, but you are just too big and too fucking strong for this thing to actually, to do anything more than get lucky and harm you. However, the Stinger... Oof. The Stinger definitely hits. Stinger hits with a 21. So, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. $14 is a success, so you take half of the poison damage, which is good for you because it was 35. So you take 11 points of piercing, rounded down to 5 because you're raging, and then 17 points of poison, bringing your total to 22 points of damage from the stinger.
Ow.
Yeah, that still fucking hurts, but hey, better than the 35. I mean, these things, when they hit, they do work. Alright, that ends the Scorpion's turn. Sybil, I think it's time for you to make a house call.
Yep, see, this thing made a grave error. It came into range of me. I don't even have to move.
That is true.
Is it gonna roll, though? There we go.
Suspense.
All right, so this is an attack with the foul blade. Okay, so
Yep, I do get sneak attack on it.
Yep. You definitely hit. You bypass the. You barely bypass the half plate. It's got a big chest plate that's covering up the chainmail underneath it, and you get in there with the foul blade, twist the plate open, and run the dagger into its soft, furry flesh.
Okay. It's
So
still
So that is
still up right there?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm doing the total math here. So that's 25 points of damage. It is still up.
Okay. Can I twist the hilt on that one and inject the poison?
You need to let me know that you do that as part of the
Okay.
attack. So the answer there is no.
Probably okay. So we've got the second attack, obviously no sneak attack.
All right, so 20 absolutely again hits, no sneak attack, but
Yep.
you have dropped it down to like almost 1.5 times past bloodied in one go. So you stick it. You've got the plate now completely bent open, and when the dagger comes out, you shove the other dagger in and twist the other direction. And as you do so, I mean, literally, blood just starts spraying out, and you hear it audibly. It's like rain hitting a tin roof from the inside as blood starts to spill out of this thing. And he looks very surprised by what just went down. Anything else? Sybil the Assassin?
No, you know what? She's happy where she's at right now. She probably shouldn't be, but she is.
Alright. Winnie.
All right. So Winnie should probably do something about the asshole in front of her.
Maybe.
She's
Just to
going-
be clear, it is bloodied.
It is okay.
The Thorn Whip has bloodied it, yep.
Okay, so she's gonna use Primal Savagery and attempt to put it out of its misery.
Okay.
14?
14 does not
I had a feeling.
successfully hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
You lunge at it, it gets its shield up, and as the claws dig into the wood of the shield, you see it burnt, like the acid physically burns away your claw marks in the shield, but it does not take the attack.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to... I'm gonna No, not this turn. Alright, that's all I'm gonna do.
Alright. So, the Spellcaster. Furious that it has just been run through with an arrow from a lesser being, it begins to mutter an incantation. As it finishes the incantation, you see bolts of electricity crackle around its fingertips as it looses the final of its 2 lightning bolts down at Winnie, Gartok, and Ulrich. I need the 3 of you to make dexterity saving throws. That was a very low roll. So, Ulrich, you take 21 points of lightning damage. Gartok and Winnie, you succeed at the save and only take 10. And as quick as the lightning manifested and was there, it is gone once more. It is then going to fly 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 feet over here. And is going to fly down. "20 feet. To get the fuck out of range of the archer. Alright. These creatures are very intelligent. They know how to fight. Alright, the Iron Shadow that is in front of the Hobgoblin, or I mean, excuse me, the Dragon. It is also in front of a Hobgoblin, but the Dragon. It's going to take 4 attacks against it. Holy shit. Wow. So that was 2 hits, one of them being a crit. Unfortunately for it, the crit didn't really do shit. So it hits for a total of 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 points of damage. Alright. So the dragon is now officially bloodied. And actually, I just realized that I did not take the dragon's turn this turn. So we're going to do a little bit of a retroactive dragon turn because, I mean, what's the point of having a dragon on the field if it's not going to get to do anything? Oh, unlucky for these fucks. Rolled a 5. It gets its breath back. So for its action, it is going to breathe in, and as it does so, a gout of flame rockets out of its mouth and hits the 2 hobgoblin captains that are here. And holy shit, I rolled a 5 and a 10 respectively for their dexterity saving throws, meaning they both failed. For 12d6 fire damage. And that is, holy fuck, 41 points of fire damage. As the dragon, in a furious rage, especially now that it's been reduced to a bloodied state, exhales with all of its might, these 2 captains struggle as hard as they can, but essentially being hit off guard and point blank by the might of this thing's breath weapon, they are both literally reduced to nothing but smoldering heaps of metal armor, singed flesh, and sinew on the ground in front of you guys. 2 captains taken out in one blast. Alright, with that being said, the hobgoblin's turn. So, one Winnie is engaged with you. It is going to swing at you with the longsword. That is a nat fucking 1. Again, it cannot get it up. I'll just leave it at that. The other one, Bloodmane, is going to take a swing at you. And that is a 12. Again, it cannot get around the scorpion without hurting it in order to impact you. The 2 longbowmen are going to fire down, one at Gartok, the other one at Ulrich, as the caster has called out, kill the lizard man. That is a nat 20 on Gartok from the hobgoblin in the upper right-hand area here. Thankfully, that's not a whole lot of damage. It was only for 8 points of damage. So 8 points of piercing.
I'll take it.
Yeah. Ulrich, the second one is being fired down at you. Ulrich, you have an increased AC because of mage armor. What is that, buddy?
14.
14. Okay, So I hit. And that is for 8 points of piercing damage. Non-crit, but it was a dirty 20. Alright. Other hobgoblins. I don't think... Holy shit, wow, you guys have really whittled these fucking guys down. That's it for the hobgoblins. Captains, of which there is, I believe, 1 left, and it is not doing well and engaged with the person it's not doing well against. Alright, with that being said, it is going to swing with its greatsword in all desperation on Sybil. Not once. Not twice. But, yes, twice, actually. It doesn't have 3 attacks. The first one goes wide over her head. You hear the air being cut by the size of this almost 7-foot-long, massively bladed weapon. The second one does strike you.
You know what I'm doing.
I do know what you're doing. And as it strikes you, for 9 points of damage, your damage is reduced to 4 as you uncannily dodge the majority of the blow. And we are back to the top of the round. Winnie, how many rounds does your totem have, by the way?
3.
3, thank you. Gartok, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for your Hunter's Mark.
If you can change my health again, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Where are you at, Sybil?
33.
Beautiful. Gotcha. All right, you have successfully maintained concentration, Lucy, so well done. That brings us to Gartok. It is your turn. Now, if I'm not mistaken, with Hunter's Mark, the way that it differs from Slayer's Prey is that you know where it is at all times. Is that correct? Like upwards of a mile or something like that? Isn't there some special feature that goes along with that, or am I wrong?
It gives you bonuses to track them, basically, within like 24 hours, something like that.
Is that what it is? If it remains on it. Okay, there we go. So, you have advantage on... you have advantage to track it. Okay, not an issue whatsoever. You still have it active, and at this point, you know where it is. You can still feel its heartbeat behind the wall, but you can't see it.
Okay, so as Gartok was shot, he's like one of his lizard eyes is gonna switch to like the archer up top, and then it's gonna focus back forward.
You're so fucking creepy.
And it's gonna focus back forward, and 5, 10, 15, 5, 30. Go there after.
And
That's
you
right.
see him.
I hate
He is
you,
hovering
you hate
20
me.
feet in the air, and he's there clear as fucking day.
Yes, I hate you. You hate me. I'm gonna shoot you.
Okay.
But I will, as a bonus action, add another D6 on it with Slayer's Prey.
Oof. Okay.
One is concentration, and one is not.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and drop the little blood marker on there since you have Slayer's Prey active. Beautiful.
And
So
now I will shoot him.
yeah, go ahead and take
What?
your shot. I guess I'll let you shoot your shot. Oh yeah. Yeah, you hit it by double. So go ahead and add, do some damage, roll your damage. So you're gonna roll your damage plus 2d6. Fuck. Oh, well that's not a good start. That's alright.
I was about to say, if I rolled another 6, I was gonna call you to check my D&D Beyond, because that's not right.
No, you're good. So you've effectively reduced this guy to very, very, very low hit points. As the arrow hits him, again, it passes straight through him. Let me make a Constitution saving throw. Okay, he rolled a 19, so he does save against that, no problem. And he maintains his flight, but he begins to like weave. He looks like a helicopter that's about to go down. He starts to kind of like sway left to right as the blood is just spilling out of this guy. Actually, it almost looks like you may have clipped his spine because one of his legs is dangling while the other one is furiously thrashing and trying to keep himself up. And he's just barely keeping himself up. And that was the first arrow. Alright, yep, go ahead and give me damage.
So, fun fact, I believe Hunter's Mark is on any weapon attack against the target.
Yeah, yep, it's anything. However, there's no need for that. As you fire the second arrow, and this guy turns around very clearly. Actually, you did probably clip the spine because the one leg is just totally goes slack. As the second arrow pierces through this thing's neck, you see all the lights go out. Its eyes close, the wind ceases around its hands, and it plummets 20 feet straight to the ground with a sickening snap as it essentially swan dives, landing on its neck. And it stops moving. Anything else, you crazy fuck?
No, but there's going to be a primitive draconic swearing at him.
Excellent.
I agree. Fuck that guy in particular.
Bloodbane. Yeah, those guys were pretty shitty.
Same shit.
Alright, do it to it.
There we go.
Yeah, you hit. Absolutely. And it takes damage from all sources, so... Shit,
So 3.
So that's 18... Okay. Give me a second.
Oh.
Alright. Oh, no. Okay. So that is 14 times 2, so that... Actually, that's not true. It is... It is... So it's 14 minus 5, because 5 is the bonus that you add to it, I believe, correct? So it's 2d6... Hang on, I'm looking at how it rolled here. So it's 10, which is 2 plus 3 plus 5. So it's 5. So yeah, it's minus 5. So it's going to be... but the 4 for the cold... so, okay, let me just do the math here. So it's 5, which is doubled to 10. And then 4 doubled is 8, so that's 18 plus your 5. So that's 18, that's 23 plus the rage damage, 26. Fuck. So you hit this thing the first time, and it's the top of its carapace, like going backwards along its shell, along the back towards the tail, freezes over. You rear back, and Zarias' fate reforms, and as you come down a second time, almost without you having to even touch it, it begins to shatter into a large spike. And the spike drives a wedge in between this thing's back and splits its back wide open. It begins to skitter and scream and instinctually lets go of you as it furiously reaches back with both of its pinchers and tries to pull the ice from its back. But it is still alive, barely. But you are now no longer grappled.
I will take it. Good enough.
All right. Ulrich.
I'm going to spend my action to have D&D Beyond stop working.
Yeah.
Good action, good action.
I'm going to spend my action for Radiant Soul, so I'm going to pop my wings.
Okay.
And I'm going to spend 1 sorcery point to quicken Toll the Dead on the hobgoblin in front of me.
All right. Are you flying up at all, or are you just staying hovering?
Staying hovering.
Okay. And then okay. So you said 1 sorcery point for quicken,
Yep. Toll
and
the
you're
Dead.
tolling the dead on who?
The hobgoblin in front of Winnie.
Perfect. Thank you. And
So
that's
that is
wisdom
a-
saving throw. Is that right?
Yep.
16.
Okay, never mind. Not doing that.
The gong goes off, but there's just too much shit happening for it to actually resonate. However, you do become spectral in your form as the wings burst from your back, and you begin to fly around.
That's my turn.
Okay, as that happens, Ulrich, can you please roll percentile dice?
No, we hate those.
Alright, I'll roll. The first one's for the 10s.
You can just click in D&D Beyond and do a custom, but either way, it doesn't matter. Okay, so 50. 7. Excellent. Good for you. As you activate your Radiant Soul, which is part of your Asmar ability, if I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
your Chosen One ability activates along with it, gaining full effect from everything that comes with it. With that being said, you now literally and physically emanate with a 60-foot light from your being. Your whole body illuminates with platinum energy and becomes almost completely comprised of platinum energy. Your eyes glow gold, and the spectral wings expand another 5 or 6 feet outwards on either side. You guys have never seen this before. All right. So, the dragon. All right, so the dragon does not get its breath weapon. So it is going to attack. It is going to attempt to claw first, or it's going to attempt to bite this Iron Shadow. And that is a 23, and I'm not even going to waste my time doing anything else besides that on him. It grabs this thing around the waist, and as it does so, it bites down, and it immediately goes limp. But it doesn't stop there. It tosses it back like a heron that has just picked up a frog and is attempting to swallow it whole. And as it rears back, it lets the body of this hobgoblin slide down its gullet gingerly until it is vanished from sight. At this point, the dragon begins to fly. So it is going to fly 30 feet. And land on top of the platform where this hobgoblin is currently residing. And it is going to finish its attacks. The claws. It is an 18, which is a hit for 10. And a 22 for 15. It grabs this thing and picks it up. Sitting back on its rear two legs, it grabs it with the second claw, and as it squeezes in, you see it physically twist in opposing directions and literally wring the blood and organs out of this hobgoblin before throwing it onto the ground. And that will end its turn. The giant scorpion, furiously attempting to get the ice shard out of its back, it is going to make a wisdom saving throw. Wow. Oh, whoops, that was a hobgoblin. I was like, holy shit, that was a really good roll. Nope, 0. It is going to panic and bolt into the jungle, or attempt to. Bloodmane, if you would like, you can make an attack.
I would like, yes.
Alright.
Send the ice shard all the way through his spine.
Yeah, that's it. So as it begins to panic and screech, it rises up on its legs and begins to skitter into the jungle, all the while reaching for the ice shard in its back. Bloodmane instinctively comes down on it as it begins to run and impales the ice shard already in its back into the ground as it sinks deep into the jungle soil. It seizes up, and all of its arms curl underneath it as it comes to a complete rest. Sybil.
Okay, let's see if we can finish off this captain.
Alright. So a 23 hits.
No poison or anything, that's with the empty dagger.
Okay. Okay, so we're looking at 21 points of damage. So as this guy is beginning to waver, literally with the sound of, with his pulse, which is very rapid, spurt, 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 sounding like rain hitting a tin roof from the inside, it begins to slow, and you see his eyes as he's blinking to keep himself in consciousness. You thrust upwards and into the throat, and as you tear across sideways, he kind of leans forward and looks down at you. Attempts to say something, but it's just the last of the air escaping his esophagus as he collapses to the ground in a heap and ceases to be.
Okay. Sure, Sybil is all business at the moment, no panic. She's gonna go up these stairs. Is that double movement to go upstairs? Or just standard?
Double movement to walk upstairs?
Yeah, just, I don't know why I was thinking it was difficult terrain for stairs.
I mean, maybe if you were, like,
You're
a
clumsy.
little person, like a really little person, not like a normal little person, I'm talking, like, tiny in size, then yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But no, it's okay for Sybil. You're little, but you're not that little.
Okay, so then that's 30 to put me right in line with this thing, and then,
Yep.
we said that I cannot move and then use the 2-weapon fighting, correct?
That is correct. It's all part of the same attack.
Okay. In that case, she's just going to just look at this thing and wait.
Alright, understood. Winnie.
So I'm gonna attempt. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt again to use Primal Savagery on this guy in front of me.
Okay.
18 to hit.
18 just barely hits. As you claw at this guy, your hand literally punches through the shield where you had already melted some of it with the acid, just enough to grab onto his wrist and rake.
That will be for 15 points of magic acid.
As you grab onto his hand, the acid begins to immediately burn away at the flesh, and then the sinew, and then the muscle, and the bone, until as your hand comes off, so does this guy's arm from about midway down. Your hand is literally stuck in the shield. And he looks down and faints, and as soon as he faints, he's out. And you shake the shield, and weird hands clasped to the shield off, and you find yourself standing there.
And then for my bonus action, I'm going to do Healing Word at 3rd level on Gartok, and everybody in the range will get 11 points of healing as well. And Gartok, you will get... You will get 22.
All right, so Gartok, as you hear a whisper next to you, Warenberg, and sorry, that's an inside joke. As the whisper goes off, the unicorn spirit spirals around you, also aiding in the healing effect for 22 points, and everybody else except for Sybil regains 11.
It's 11. Yeah.
All right, Winnie, anything else?
Nope, and I'm down to 2 turns on the unicorn.
All right, so the remaining 2 hobgoblins. Sybil, as you run up behind this one, it takes note of you. The one down by Bloodmane, it sees that it has no choice but to do what it's doing, and it is going to attack in full force. And unfortunately, it rolled a 10. As Bloodmane is pulling the hammer back from his reactive smash onto the scorpion, it swings down, and with ease, you parry the attack with the haft of the maul. Sybil, this hobgoblin, who, by the way, is completely unscathed outside of the emotional damage it has just witnessed in what started as a slaughter and has turned into reverse slaughter. It turns around, sees you materialize behind it, running up the stairs and appearing before it. It throws the longbow down. It draws its longsword, and it throws it off the edge. It pulls its shield off of its back, and it tosses it down at your feet, and it puts its hands into the air. And it says in very broken common, "I surrender. Please." And that is the end of its turn. And there are no captains left, no devastators, no fucking iron shadows. Oh my god, I have to click through so many dead monsters. Gartok!
There is no surrender here. Gartok is gonna take a step forward towards him because he shot him.
Okay.
I will Hunter's Mark him, bonus action. The guy by Sybil.
Got it.
And I will shoot twice.
Alright, go ahead and take your shot. First shot.
Do I get advantage because he's surrendering?
What? Why the fuck would you get advantage because he's surrendering? No.
I don't know. You might not be expecting it. I don't know.
No, he doesn't get a shield bonus because he dropped his shield, but no, he's still standing there. So
Worth a shot.
Yeah, so now, because he dropped his shield, a 16 just hits.
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, this is going to make for such a cool roleplay opportunity. So, Sybil, he puts his hands up. He says, "I surrender. Please." And as soon as that happens, he lunges forward. At first, you think he's lunging at you, and that's when you realize that you have been sprayed by a warm crimson liquid. And as you look down, an arrow has run completely through its midsection and out just above its belly button. It looks down in surprise. As it reaches forward towards you, and you hear it say once more, "Please, I don't want to die." And it collapses to the ground unconscious. So Gartok, that was your first shot.
Default.
You see him drop. I mean, he hits the ground like a sack of shit. But you do know that there is still one more alive behind you.
In that case, yes, Gartok will turn around and try and fire at the other guy, because I already used my bonus action.
Understood. So you fire, he drops. You turn around and you rear back on your bow and you fire a second shot. 16 does
Another
not hit.
16.
Because this one does have its shield out. As soon as you loose the arrow, this thing looks at you like, "Oh shit!" throws its shield up, and it just catches the arrow. It punches through, but it doesn't impact it.
That's my turn.
Bloodmane.
Going to attack recklessly.
Alright. Do it to it. Roll with advantage. So, 28. Yeah, I mean, fuck. Okay, well, hold on. Boop. I'd ask you how you wanted to finish it, but it's just, he doesn't even deserve that at this point. So, Bloodmane turns and in a fury swings the maul overhead as if he's about to go to the Scottish Highland Games and fucking throw this thing, and instead comes down with the downswing, clubs this thing so fucking hard that he picks it up off the ground and flings it into the stone wall, into the cobblestone wall. It hits, almost explodes on impact, and crumples to the ground in a heap. And that, my friends, is where the hostile combat, you continue this how you want to, but that is where the hostile combat ceases. Give me one moment.
Can I do a thing while we're still sort of in initiative?
Same.
Yes. So this is non-hostile initiative, so we'll, so I believe the next person in line, we'll just say for the sake of it, Ulrich. Are you doing anything, or you see everything kind of shift and die down? You don't know that we're not, out of the thick of it because you can't see inside at your vantage point, but at least for the time being you're all right.
I'm gonna heal myself.
Okay, go ahead. What are you casting?
Let's do a 3rd level cure wounds on myself.
Okay, so go ahead and roll the healing, and then I believe your new ability is half your level rounded down? Holy shit. So what are you, level 11? So that's, so that is 25 points of healing. So as things start to die down, Ulrich's wings beat furiously, and you hear this voice come out of him that is his normal speaking and incantation voice, but it's like a full octave lower than what it normally is, and you physically feel a small tremor in the ground. As that happens, he touches his chest, and a spiral of divine energy spins around him and essentially cinches every wound on his body closed, save for a couple of scratches. All right, Sybil.
And I'm just gonna
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Go ahead, Ulrich. Sorry.
I'm done. That's it. Moving and done.
I'm going to pull out my healer's kit and work on trying to save this one's life.
Okay, give me just one moment. Alright, so if I'm not mistaken, the way healer's kit reads is all you have to do is expend a charge.
To stabilize a creature without needing to make a check.
Yep. Okay. So go ahead and mark off a charge on your healer's kit, and as this thing is, it's bleeding out. It's as soon as it hits the ground, you hear it start to take the deep, raspy death rattle gasps, and you immediately you get the healer's kit out. You pull out. There's some powder in it that helps clot. It's like an alchemical powder. You pour it into the wound, and as you put your finger in to see exactly how bad it is, it goes all the way through. This thing's like either liver or kidney, possibly both. Some of its intestines are just shredded. You get the powder, you work it down in there, the bleeding lets up, and then you begin to bandage around it tightly to keep it compressed. As you do so for your action, you feel its breathing stabilize, and you have stabilized it at 0. It is unconscious. All right.
That's all she's going to do, but I wanted to make sure that we did that before, time passed.
Absolutely. Winnie.
So, assuming the unicorn spirit's still here, because I still had 2 turns, I was going to do 1 more heal. That was my plan. I was going to do a 3rd level cure wounds on myself, so everybody else got 11 points of healing.
Okay, perfect. The only one who wouldn't be impacted by that would be Sybil. But go ahead. Yep, so you cast your spell. Go ahead and roll the healing. All right, so you take... that was on yourself, you said?
Yeah, so it's 23 for me.
Yep, so you take 23, and Gartok and Bloodmane, you are healed for 11. All right. Anybody else want to do anything within this pseudo-initiative order, or are we good to leave that alone?
I'm good with that, but Winnie is keeping an eye on the dragon.
Understood. So at this point, the dragon... so we'll go out of initiative order, okay? We'll call the encounter complete at this point. The dragon at this point kind of rears up, and it looks down at itself, realizing that it's pretty fucking wounded. And you see it pulls its claw up, and it mutters in a very quiet incantation, and it traces a small rune on its chest, which you see flash with this kind of red, fiery energy. And as it vanishes, kind of dissipates from its body, you see a little bit of its own wounds heal. At this point, it takes off again, flies down to the center of the camp near the fire, and it plops itself down. It's breathing pretty heavy, and it's sitting upright and kind of watching up at Sybil and looking down at Gartok, and it's kind of staring Gartok down, almost... not necessarily menacingly, but definitely watching you as if you would watch something that you're hunting. It has got its eyes fucking locked on you.
Yeah. In response, not to that, but since Gartok he's gonna stare at the downed guy because I'm pretty sure my thing is still on it.
Yeah, I don't think it just goes away because it goes down, right?
Yeah, but I think I'll drop it because I'm not gonna concentrate on it. But I know it's
Understood.
still alive, so Gartok's gonna stare at it. But then the dragon's gonna move to the fire, and Gartok having not seen a dragon before, but knowing this is a giant fucking lizard and it has awesome power, it's quite literally just instinctually to him this is a superior being. So he is quite literally just gonna go kneel in front of the dragon.
So this... Jesus Christ. So it sees you walk up, and as it does so, it kind of folds its wings back, and it sits up, almost very majestically, and its head kind of bows down and looks at you. Not bowing to you, but it tips down in almost a bow-like state. And it stares down at you, Gartok. And the, zoom in a little bit here on my side to give you guys a little bit of a better view of what's going on. And as it looks down at you, in Draconic, you hear it say...
You're one of the clansmen from this jungle, are you not, little one?
Yes. They perished when hobgoblins attacked.
I am aware. I was there the day they were taken from you, though I was not of my own mind at the time. And for that, little one, I am truly sorry. What you need to realize is that your people did not go extinct that day. You survived. You are your clan. Keep that in mind as you progress forward in life. And while it is okay to glance over your shoulder and take glimpses of the past, it is never okay to retreat to that time in an attempt to stay within it.
Dragon kind of like looks up now and starts to glance around, and now she bellows outward in common.
And as for the rest of you, come. We have much to discuss.
Winnie will walk over to Emig and put a hand on his arm to try to kind of chill him out, and then start walking forward.
And Ulrich's big fucking celestial formed ass comes nonchalantly hovering over.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly over. So I'm gonna go, like, 20 feet up.
Very cool, very cool. All right. So how long does that last? Is it 10 minutes or 1 minute?
Let me look. Does the chosen one thing have a longer duration? Like as long as something's in the presence, or?
Well, it is typically as long as you're in the presence of. But let me ask you this: how long does Radiant Soul last?
1 minute.
Okay, so we're going to say, for the sake of this role-playing scene, it will last until this scene is over.
Okay.
Just as a fun side thing, I like to think that after the dragon spoke and called you over, the second you go over, Garchok looks like his head's about to explode as he's trying to think about what the hell the thing just said at the end.
Oh, that's right, you're a fucking idiot. I totally forgot. Okay, well, do with it what you will.
Sybil's not. I picture Sybil still like kneeling next to this thing with her hands like trying to just keep the bleeding and everything, and she just kind of looks up and she's paying attention, but she doesn't make any move to go and like go near the big scary dragon.
So Sybil, as you looked up at it with your perception, which is not very hard because it's a fucking dragon and you're 20 feet from it, it nods at you and then kind of like nods down towards the hobgoblin and just goes back to the rest of the group. One moment. Hey, really quick, Hikari, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome on in. We are in the last like half hour of today's session. I just wanted to say thank you so much for the sub. It is an absolute pleasure to see you as always. So hold on tight, and we got a lot of things to uncover here in this little role play as the very large combat has just ended. So I just wanted to say thank you. Hopefully we'll see you tonight. If not, that's okay. We'll catch you very, very soon. All right. So, by the way, are the voices coming across okay today? Okay, I've been having a lot of trouble with voice mod because it connects to an online platform, and I want to make sure before I start making myself sound like a jackass. I only sound good if I've got these fake voices on, so you know. Not like I did. Yeah, I was gonna say not like I did without it for I don't know, almost 10 years. Okay. So as you all begin to approach, is anybody doing anything that I should note?
Being very cautious. That is all.
Okay. So, as you approach, there is a warm presence about this creature. It feels kind. It feels like I shouldn't say it feels kind. It feels non-hostile. As you approach it, you can all, for those of you who are there, Sybil, Ulrich, Winnie, and Bloodmane, this is absolutely 100% the dragon that torched your guys' fucking ship and left you for dead in the ocean some time ago. This is it. There are a couple things that are different about it at this point. first and foremost, I know I mentioned it before, but just to reiterate, it does not have a harness strapped around its chest, nor does it have a saddle on it. Its eyes are normal draconic eyes, as opposed to the last time when you saw it, they were jet black. Also, on the underside of this thing's wings, as you watched it fly, there were large brand, like a stamped brand, that were imprinted in the underside of its flesh on either side, in the very center. And what it appeared to be was a sword pointing upwards with a lightning bolt running from left to right on the right side and left to right on the left side. It looks down at you, and again it says,
I know I mentioned it before, little ones, but I'll repeat it again, as you are all clearly preoccupied. Thaxingul the Blue sends his regards, and he sends his thanks. I, too, offer my personal thanks. For if it were not for you and your actions, I would still be bound by these bastards and their masters. Or should I say mistresses?
and he just kind of sits quietly and looks down over you.
May we know your name as well?
Yes, of course. As those who have freed me and my master, you deserve at least that. My name is Arcosian the Brass.
Thank you. Just gonna kind of look around at the rest of the party, specifically looking over at Ulrich. Thank you for helping us get out of that tight spot. Last time we saw you, I assume you were being controlled then?
Yes. Unfortunately, the mistresses that these creatures find themselves bound in servitude to harness very powerful magics. Luckily for me, my master harnesses far greater power. And the only reason I helped you is on behalf of our savior, Thaxingul the Blue. It is he who you should thank, not me.
Next time we see him. Do you know if, by chance, the mistresses are anywhere nearby?
I don't. And if I can help it, I'd rather never see any of them ever again. Though if I did meet them here on this field of battle, I would have happily torched their souls into dust.
We definitely understand that.
With that being said, my master has granted me but a few moments before I return to Nazguldrick. If you are in need of anything, questions I may answer for you.
I'm trying to recall the name Thaxingul the Blue. What was that?
I think
What was
that's
our
the one-
interaction?
I think that's the one that chased us underwater.
You guys have been given many, many notes and details about this one.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
I was gonna say I know somebody's got it somewhere.
I know people wrote this down. in real life either. So
It depends on how child involved I was at the time, because I was back in the in-person days.
Artek's probably just sitting just out of the way, but just listening.
is there any
Hold on,
way to
I
tell
found
how
it.
old this thing is? Oh, go ahead.
Actually, sorry, really quick, just go ahead and roll a, let's see, I'll tell you what, roll... You can either make a perception check as you're looking at this thing, or you can make a history check, your choice. That 18 is beautiful. As you look it up and down, now you guys have encountered a handful of dragons at this point, and you have experience through tales and you know, especially the seafaring folk, you gotta be careful about these fucking dragons and how old they get. This dragon would be considered young. So somewhere within the 80 to 150 year range. Sorry, Candace, go ahead.
That's okay. So my notes. So Winnie actually would probably pull out her notebook because she does take notes as well. I remember from our first council meeting, actually, we discussed Fax and Gold of Blue. They were not sure of the age. If any of this is incorrect, would you mind correcting me? She'll direct that toward the dragon in front of her.
I will do the best that I can with the knowledge that I possess.
Thank you. From what we know, Thraxingol was kept alive because the Empyrean used his power to infuse...
So she immediately interjects and says,
Thaxingol the Blue, not Thraxingol the Blue.
I apologize, that's what I have written. I misread. So the Empyrean were using him to infuse the binding ritual that made everyone forget.
Arcosian nods and says,
That is correct. Captured as a wormling and kept as a pet by the Empyrean pricks who sat in the Tower of Magi. He was bound as a young adult into servitude in order to maintain a ritual that wiped the minds of all who existed within the Wildlands of the coming of the Worldbreaker. Now, many, many years later, and still bound to the will of the Empyrean, suddenly, the Empyrean vanished. And they did so because of you. And the only reason Thaxingol the Blue knows this is because I was bound by the hags to hunt those who did it down. And that is you.
Okay. Do you have any information about the Worldbreaker that could help us?
I do not, as I have never seen the creature, but my master, Thaxingol the Blue, is doing much research on the beast, as even he knows not much about it, except that it currently rampages through the Wildlands, destroying everything that it sets its feet upon. It is a force to be reckoned with. It is a monster unlike any of us have ever seen. It is powerful. It is unrelenting. And we are all aware that it must be stopped.
Is there any way we might be able to, after a short time, or maybe Thraxingol could reach out to us, have counsel with him to discuss this?
At this point, little ones, my master, Thaxingol the Blue, is aware of your strength and your potential. And although he is not afraid to confront it, he is worried that your intentions may currently not be pure.
And at this point, she glances down at Gartok, and then glances up to the hobgoblin and Sybil, and then back down to the rest of you.
At this point, it would be wise to keep your distance from Nazguldrick, and to keep your distance from Draconian territory. As at this point, this is a simple thank you and a reward for the unbinding of my master, Faxingol the Blue's prison. Perhaps in the future, he will be willing to have a conversation. He has many ideas, many great and powerful ideas about how to possibly utilize what bound it in order to bind the Worldbreaker. But much research must be done in order to make sure that it holds forever. With that being said, little ones, we are aware of what you are establishing to the southeast in your little grove. We know about the armies flocking to your command. We are also aware of the threat the undead currently pose to all of humanity and dragonkin. And we are aware of the cult that follows behind the wake of destruction that the Worldbreaker brings. We are not allies, so do not mistake the intention here. But for the time being, my master, Faxingol the Blue, sees us as neutral hostilities. If you'd like to continue to maintain that level of neutrality, or move forward in a friendly manner, mind yourself. Spread word to your people, to your survivors, to your armies, to your grove, little Archdruid, to your gods, little chosen one.
She glances up at Ulrich.
To your patrons, little warlock.
She glances down at Bloodmane, and then she looks up at Sybil.
And to your troop, little actress. And make sure that they understand that standing in the way of my master's plans or intention, imposing upon his territory, which is now all of Empyrean territory, will be considered an act of aggression. Am I understood?
Yes, we'll certainly keep our respectful distance and respect those wishes. We're not, she looks around at the group. Her eyes stop on Gartok, and then she looks back at the dragon. The brightest group sometimes, so if
Clearly.
there's a
Yeah,
specific,
Gartok is completely lost. He has no idea what's happening.
if there's a specific thing you don't want us to do, if you could reach out or have your master reach, we don't want to cause a problem. It's never been the intention. We obviously have a common threat right now.
I believe I've just made myself quite clear. Stay out of Draconian territory, which is now all of the Empyrean lands. Nazguldrick is our capital, and it is where we will build the largest of hordes and layers that Dragonkin has ever seen. You will stay out of all of our territory. South of Ashford and Delvandi, it is yours for the taking. Stay away from the Reformatory. Stay away from the Magi Towers, and stay away from everything in between. If you do not, it will be seen as an act of aggression, And I promise you that the order of draconian allies which currently flocks to my master's side will be upon you. We are great in number, and we will die for our master.
When he just kind of nods.
She looks down at Gartok and she dips her head really, really low. And she says in what would be almost like a primordial version of Draconic, which you understand very well, Gray. It's like she is speaking the tongue of the lizard people. It's like in sub-dialect. She says,
And as for you, little hunter, if your enemy surrenders, and you see honesty in their eye, or hear it in their voice, it's best to show mercy, in hopes that in the future they will show mercy on you. Am I understood?
Yes, great.
she smiles, and then with one big meaty claw reaches up and she just kind of touches the underside of your jaw and just kind of gives you a little pet on the jaw. Very demeaningly. Like, you might not see it as that, but like those looking in, it's almost like she's found a little pet. And she says,
Gartok is elated, like a little pet.
it's Meepo all over again. So she kind of like, she gives you a couple scratches and she smiles and she says,
Good. I'll see you again. Now, is there anything else that I can do for the lot of you? Then I shall return to my master. And again, I thank you not only for my unbinding, but for freeing my master and allowing us to exist amongst our own kind in solidarity once more, like it was in the days of the old, before even the first happening. I honestly hope to see you all again on good terms. I will be in...
sorry, no, please go ahead.
Do you require assistance with your wounds before you leave?
She smiles at you very sweetly, and she looks down at her chest, kind of takes one claw and lifts up a big scale in the middle, which is just pretty much hanging there.
I could use the assistance, chosen one of Bahamut. Yes, thank you.
And she kind of like leans forward, which is like a complete sign of trust in exposing the soft underbelly to you. She continues to talk as you're performing your magic, and she says,
Just a word of note before I leave.
Understood, Beacon of Hope. What level is Beacon of Hope? 5? 3. Perfect. Now, I'm showing you have no more 3rd level spells left. Next highest is 5. I'm showing 0. Cast 1 last game and 2 this game. I would like to cast Goodberry. Are you actually casting Goodberry?
Yeah,
Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome.
I'd be like, give Big Dragon food.
Ulrich is performing his healing magics, and as it is happening, the Gartok is just like whispering into his hand, and all of a sudden, like these 3 plums just bloop bloop bloop. So as you guys are healing,
Actually, it's 10 berries.
okay, you give her. Are you gonna give her all 10? Oh wait, can she only be affected by 1, or can she eat all 10?
Yeah.
Okay, she'll eat all 10 then. Fuck yeah. It's a fuckload. 2 points in restore 3rd. Understood.
Yeah, so the good berries give 1 HP each, so...
All right, perfect. So we've got Beacon of Hope, and then go ahead and just lay your healing on her. Level 5, Mass Cure Wounds. All right, so everybody will receive this healing at Ulrich's discretion and the extra. On top of Beacon of Hope. Holy fuck, what is that?
Am I out of
It's just-
range?
yeah.
No, you're well within range of Beacon of Hope and
Yeah,
Mass
so
Cure
it's,
Wounds.
it'll be 3d8 max
Okay, which is 24.
plus my modifier, which is 3, plus 5, so plus another 8, so 32.
So 32 points to everybody as Ulrich essentially begins to sing like a deep voiced angel. This beam of energy opens up over you guys, literally casts out the darkness that is now the setting sun, and this beam of hope rains down upon you. As that happens, the Mass Cure Wounds spins outward from Ulrich's divine form and cinches almost every wound closed. Do you target the hobgoblin?
No.
Understood. Okay.
That's a good question.
But you have healed everybody to full, including the dragon.
I'm not quite full, but I'm definitely feeling better.
Excellent. So, as I was saying, she says, as this is all happening, she is speaking kind of through it. She says,
Just one more piece of advice, or rather, a word of warning. This is not the last of the hobgoblins.
she glances around and kind of like peers out into the jungle.
Their warlord was here. He was not here today. I don't know where he is, but he is a force to be reckoned with, and he travels with a strong contingent. Wherever he is, you will find more hobgoblins. Keep your wits about you. And good luck, little ones. And thank you.
She looks down at her chest again.
Never been brighter.
And with that, she whoosh, 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 takes up off and out of the encampment and flies off into the distance. As she disappears out of sight, we are going to end today's session because we are right at 2 o'clock. Before we leave, does anybody have any questions or anything that needs to be answered or anything, any points of clarification, anything like that?
Did she enjoy the good bears?
She loved them. She lapped them up almost. She like licked them off of your hand, which was kind of gross. She kind of smelled. Her breath smelled like old hobgoblin because she did eat one. But she very, very happily consumed them, and yeah, it was enough food to sustain her for her entire trip back to Nazguldrick. Yeah. So actually, that reminds me, Lucy, have you seen the Wildlands map before?
I feel like you showed it to me before when you were talking about it before, but I don't think I've seen it.
Okay. Either way, I know that you would not know where the hell it was because Gartok is, Gartok. Oh, actually, that reminds me. The first degree burns and the scars have all been dissolved.
Many healing were cast.
Yeah, more than that, it was a combination between the Beacon of Hope and the Mass Cure Wounds and all that good stuff. So you guys are good to go as far as that is concerned, and yeah, we will end it. We will end it here. That was a crazy fucking combat, and there is a lot of XP. Just so you guys are aware. Actually, let me just take a quick look. I can give you at least an idea of how much that was worth.
Just a note from Casey. He will land before he crashes. So as not to take the damage from falling.
Why don't we, for the sake of this, we'll say that you land. Let me take these off. You're as the Beacon of Hope and everything kind of as everything fades away from you, you land successfully, so you do not crash into the ground. So we don't forget about that next time. And that because that would be rude as fuck. Welcome to next. Hi, I'm Ulrich. Whatever. Welcome to Jackass. Ah! That's the wings pop.
Again, it's Jackass 2.
So just for reference, this was a deadly encounter, and you guys went about this in a way I truly did not fucking expect, which was head on. Yeah, let me just take a look real quick. Whoops.
I am honestly shocked that my going inside the wall plan did not end with me horrifically maimed and dead since no one knew where I was.
Same.
So each one of you, and I'll give you the totals next time because there will be roleplay experience, but each one of you will be gaining 1,600 experience for this combat.
That's a lot of XP. Yeah.
All right, guys. That is it for this week. We'll go ahead and we'll end here, and yeah, we'll see you guys. Actually, we'll see you guys next Saturday.
Yeah. Same bad time, same bad channel.
I was just gonna say that.
So I do get a third, fourth chance to play with you.
Yay!
True that. True that. So have a safe week, you guys. I know for us Americans, it's the 4th of July, so if you guys are doing anything, just stay safe. Down here in Georgia, where apparently, so it's crazy, by the way, down here, you can, like, buy fireworks at just, like, mom-and-pop fireworks stands that are literally, like, littering the streets.
Like fruit stands.
Literally, they are fucking fruit stands. If they're not selling watermelons, you can buy, you know, fireworks and dynamite. And last night, I swear to God, all night sounded like we were being shelled by artillery. It was crazy. So, anyways,
Yeah,
have a safe week.
There's like 3 different stalls set up in the Meyer parking lot for fireworks.
That's badass. All right, guys, we'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
All right, friends, we are going to raid Taizen, unless we have somebody else that had been set up prior to the Taizen raid. Let's see here. Nope. All right, perfect. So we're going to go ahead and, yeah, we're going to kick it off to Taizen. Raid Taizen. And you guys did live. And by the way, just for the record, so I have this on stream, not only did they live, but I swear to you that Arcosian showing up, it was already built into the encounter. Arcosian was going to show up in 1d6 plus 1 rounds, and I rolled a 5, and it was round 5 that Arcosian showed up. And that was planned way before the shit show even happened. Which is funny, because I panicked a little bit about Winnie being dead, because I was like, they've got still 2 rounds before Arcosian even shows up to possibly help. Thank God that worked out in their favor. So, all right. Hopefully you guys had fun. I had fun. Candace and I will see you tonight for regularly scheduled stream. We're going to talk about what we're going to do, but we'll kind of go through that later on. So, all right, guys. See ya, and thank you for hanging out. Let's raid Taizen.
Ah.